Okay. Let me check if we're on. I think we're online though. Hello? Hello, hello?
YOLO.
Hi.
Are we on? How come I'm getting spam phone calls at this time of morning? Calm down.
Oh, we are so live right now.
Are we live?
We are so live.
Ooh, baby. We have like no lead in or anything. Well, sorry folks. I've yet to figure out how to do an intro screen and countdown into a group chat just because of various things with how finicky my Discord audio switching is, unfortunately. I need to take like a few hours to understand it and stuff. There's audio doubling?
Just imagine some lo-fi music chat.
Why does this happen every single time? Why is there always audio doubling when I choose to exclude Discord?
Now there are two of me.
There are two of you.
You're too powerful.
Why are there two of you? I literally... Oh, here we are. Okay. Okay, that should fix it.
By my voice
Lunabot. Are we good? The reason this keeps happening is because whenever you add any kind of screen capture, it for some reason also is like, would you like to add the audio? And I didn't say I wanted to add the audio, so thanks for letting me know.
If Luna doesn't want it, I want it.
You want to sound, you want double you.
Twice the fun.
You want to sound awesome. Well, thank you guys for making it out. We're just gonna be cramming things today. Tiri and Marty. Tiri, this might be the first time I've had you on my stream.
I think it is actually. Hello.
Hold on, let me skip. This is a very intense music track right now. Okay. I'm just playing like generic Hoyoverse, like anything by the artist Hoyoverse, but it ended up being really intense. So yeah, so Tiri, if you want to talk about a little bit about yourself, and Tiri also streams, or maybe she did.
I did. I used to. I'll stream again one day, but I'm on hiatus. So surprise, I'm back for one day only with Luna. But yeah, I'm an artist too. I'm gonna be drawing ZZZ and Genshin charms today, but there is nothing here yet. I'm still gathering references. But yeah.
Oh wait,
thanks for having me on.
The Juyan and the Rina and stuff, or?
Well, these are already finished. I have almost every character already.
Oh my gosh, you're so
shop
fast.
plug. But I'm gonna do Chingy and Jane Doe today.
Oh, perfect. Oh my gosh.
Jane Doe, John ZZZ.
Yeah, exactly.
Insert legal name here. I should probably introduce myself now. Hi.
Yes. Marty.
I'm MartyPCSR. I'm a Hoyoverse employee now.
Are you
I mean, literally,
joke?
I have a staff T-shirt.
You do?
I do.
Ooh,
let me
how?
I'll picture out. Like this last weekend, I was at the San Diego Comic-Con ZZZ booth, standing there and breaking my feet, teaching people how to play the dang game.
Oh my gosh.
So there's that. Also, I draw. That's you know, that's not important.
What's important is that you're a Hoyoverse employee.
What's important
Nothing
is
else.
I have a T-shirt. I'm official now. I'm official.
Wow.
They haven't paid me yet.
How was it? How'd it go? Did you enjoy the convention and things like that?
My coworkers were nice. I didn't have time to like go and actually do anything because I was like working the whole time, right?
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
But they did give me like ton of swag. I think that's the official industry term, right? Swag.
Yep.
So, no, they like the Genshin and Star Rail people were like trading merchandise with all the other teams, and so I got like this Firefly Sam like bag
Oh?
that apparently people were selling on eBay for like $500 last month or at the beginning of the month at AX.
Yo!
So I'm like, do I sell this bag so I can buy groceries?
Oh no! Oh my gosh.
So there's that. There's this really cool like bag that was for it says like Tevat Fashion Week on it, and it's like
Oh.
all holographic and stuff. I don't know if I don't have a picture of it, but like it's really nice. It's like way too nice for a piece of like giveaway merchandise. I don't think it's giveaway. I think you had to do some stuff. But
Oh, like be a booth slave. Just kidding.
It's something like that. So like, no, it was kind of cool. So for Genshin at San Diego Comic Con, they had like a teeny tiny little booth that was like Angel's Share Tavern, and that was like what they had on the floor. But they also rented out space at like the bottom of a hotel.
What?
And
Oh, okay.
turned it into like they called it
dungeon?
Tevat Fashion Week,
Okay.
and it was like this exhibition experience that was centered around like fan art, and it was like highlighting Genshin artists who did stuff on like Pixiv.
Wow.
It was like sponsored by XP Pen and Pixiv and stuff, and it was really cool. Like there was a ton of art by a lot of artists I don't know because they're from JP side. But it was nice. It was cool. I think there was at least 3 people that I recognized their names of, but I couldn't tell you who they were. So that was cool. But anyway, yeah. So I was at Comic-Con this last weekend, and boy, are my arms tired.
Oh wow. Always lifting and stuff.
Yeah. So,
Carrying bad people. Just kidding.
yeah, it was kind of an odd job, but an odd job for a company that sounds nice when you tell people about it.
Yeah. This is the kind of thing that like you're hoping would lead to future opportunities, or was it more just like, oh hey? Yeah.
Oh, well, I haven't had any cons this like entire last 2 months.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I was like, man, I need some money.
Mm.
And Momo knows someone who works for like for Hoyoverse or doesn't work for Hoyoverse, but works for the company that is contracted to put these things on.
Okay,
And
okay.
they were looking for people, and Momo was gonna get the job, and then I was like, "Is it paid?"
Oh, yeah.
And so there I went, and I was the only person from out of town.
Everyone
Like,
else was in San Diego.
Everyone else who came to work was like a student at UC San Diego. And they're all like, okay, so what major are you taking? You know, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, bro, I'm like old.
We're old.
I came from another state. Like, I am a fish out of water here.
Oh. I'm sure you did amazing though.
Yeah, it was good.
But,
It was good. I have like the dialogue that I told people when I was training them how to play the game, like seared into my memory. I've been having dreams about instructing people how to play the stupid like digging arcade game for the past 3 days.
Oh, the one that's now featured on CZZ.
Yeah, I could tell you exactly how to play. Oh my gosh, crazy.
How to play. Mash the button until you hit a block you can't eat, and then move the joystick and continue mashing.
Let me see if I can remember how it goes. Like, it works better when it was like right in front of it. It was just like, let me instruct you how to play. You're gonna put your fingers over on the keyboard because I had to instruct because we had keyboard setups and like controller setups.
Ah, got it.
Like, nobody knows how to play on the keyboard because it doesn't use the mouse, and so everyone gets confused. Right? So I'm like, put your hands on the keyboard like you're typing. You're gonna use WASD to start moving, press J to start digging, K to jump. You want to go down as far as possible. You want to reach a depth of 300 meters to win a prize. Good luck, something like that.
To which all the Americans go, what's meters? I don't actually know how meters are.
Understood that instruction, so it was like cool, and like yeah, I had to instruct people to do that. I don't know, 5,000 times.
Oh
so,
my gosh.
Yeah, I'm a bit haunted by it. It was the feeling of being back to retail work for sure.
Yeah.
I'm like 100. So.
For sure. Wow.
Back to art. It was definitely like weird being on another side of like convention life, you know?
Oh, really?
Because like usually when I'm at a con, I'm either there as an attendee or I'm there as like a vendor or like, you know, myself as an artist. Right?
Yeah.
And like suddenly I was not. I guess you could say it was like really similar to when I was proxying for you, Tiri.
Yeah.
Where I had to like, you know, talk up the artist and stuff like that. So if anything, maybe if anything, it opens me up to being comfortable with doing proxy work for people more. Like without the thought of selling my own merchandise if people need me. So there's that. Luna, I can proxy for you.
Oh, no, I don't think I could sell enough to proxy. Oh, thank you.
Well, if you ever need one, and I'm not booked.
No. There's also.
Can vouch Marty is a good proxy.
Oh, I'm sure. Marty's very personable, so
That's so true.
people who come to Marty's booth get like the whole personal like. You come to Tiri in my booth and we're like, nice, okay, cool, and then go introvert mode. You go to Marty's booth, he'll actually hold a really decent conversation with you.
Yeah.
Y'all are good at your own jobs. You guys can all do it.
I try. I'm not good at being extroverted, but I sure try.
Nice to see my regulars here. Thanks for popping into the stream, you guys.
Does this we can get a Marty Bang Boo? Oh my gosh. I have to tell you. Okay, wait. Sorry, I'm like eating a piece of spam, but I have to tell you, speaking of Bang Boos, like one of the things that you had to do at the ZZZ booth was like pull Julian in a single 10 pull. Originally it was one single pull.
One pull?
One single pull. And then me and Momo were like, dude, nobody is gonna win this prize for a single pull. And so we were like, can we at least give him a 10 pull? And they're like, yeah. So a 10 pull to pull Julian. You can't pull out any other 5-star. And if you already got her, too bad. You have to pull her again. And like the prize was this this Bamboo rug. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. There's like a Bamboo rug, but like a cow Bamboo. Oh, here it is. I got a link to it. I'm gonna put this in the group chat. Just a picture of it. It's so goofy. But people were crazy for this rug, dude.
It wasn't more the exclusivity of how hard it
Oh my
was to
gosh.
win.
It's
I can't.
It's like Belle's little plushie on her bed.
I'm too much of a grandma. I don't know how to open this. It's true. Hold on. Let me not dox myself real quick.
Or actually, I can pull it up on my stream. Here, hold up.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So if I zoom in, you can see on mine. This is what the rug looks like. Actually,
wait, that's cute though.
For my shower. So that's gonna be my new shower rug. So
wow.
it was goofy, but people wanted it so bad.
It's kind of like a centipede.
Yeah. Our video is cut out on the stream.
I think they're back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're back.
I had to move it back because I was trying to figure out a way to. Yeah. Very immobile setup, unfortunately.
So yeah, that was that. What else? My prize. So that was actually Momo's prize that she had to hand out. So she was like telling people like, "You don't pull Julian? Too bad, so sad," is what she said. I was like, that's so harsh.
That's so mean. They already feel bad for not getting the 5-star. Make them feel
Momo
worse.
bullies them.
Oh, like the feeling of like we're just sitting there and then someone pulls Kalita. The absolute feeling of despair on their face was unparalleled.
Oh,
okay?
that was me. I got Kalita 76 pity or something, and then I got Juliana 77. So I have
Oh my
no
gosh.
polls in my account.
See, it's like one thing. Like, okay, I like the character. I can live with the character. But if it was like this physical piece of merchandise was at stake, and then I got hit by Chi-Chi, like, that's miserable.
I know. It's
True.
even worse. It makes it somehow even worse when the 50-50 is already.
So yeah, that was that. What else? I gotta look at some pictures. Anyway, it was fun. It was fun, and like, I think I'm happy because I was dreading going to this thing. Tiri can tell you.
Oh, really? What about it?
Oh, just like, I don't know. I was maybe it was just because it was gonna be a whole lot of work, and I was like feeling a little bit bad. I was like, man, I wish I was at a con right now, like, and, like, for myself.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was pleasant, and at the very least, it was working for like a company that and like a product that I like. You know,
Yeah,
I was
totally.
like selling, t-shirts to Deadpool or something.
Yeah. No, I getcha. My first con experience was not art either, and it does feel very, very much like retail. So, yeah, not everyone's favorite, but good job, and I'm sure that the people there had a great time, so did what you could.
Yeah, it was good. I just know that it was like super insane over on the Star Rail and Genshin sides because they actually had merchandise to sell. We only had giveaway stuff. So like when we ran out of prizes, everyone left. But like over on HSR, it was like nonstop the whole time. So I was like thanking my lucky stars that I picked ZZZ.
The calm.
Yeah.
area.
Actually getting a little bit of downtime.
Yeah, totally.
So that was good. That was good. As far as a con goes, San Diego Comic-Con is nuts. Like,
really,
it definitely lives up to its reputation as the biggest con in America.
Oh wow,
I mean,
bigger than
I think I
AX?
heard that technically AX is still bigger, but like Comic-Con felt bigger. Like the entire town of San Diego turns into Comic-Con. Like the streets and everything. You remember those streets, Tiri, when we were there for TwitchCon? Like, it was nuts. Like every single street was con stuff. The restaurants all turned into Comic-Con stuff. They set up booths way out there. We got like tickets to go to this Star Rail like invite only party that was in a shoe store.
What?
That was like 12-minute walk away from the con center. So
all
like,
of San Diego is
all of San Diego
Comic-Con.
was Comic-Con. It was crazy.
Wow.
And like as far as Artist Alley goes, because I was curious, I was like, okay, do they have one of those out here?
Yeah.
They did. It was like 3 row. Like the con hall was huge.
Oh.
The biggest one I've ever been to. Like it just kept going and going and going. And
oh my goodness.
at the end of the line, at the end of the hall, well, our booth was literally on the wall on one far side, and then way on the other far side was the Artist Alley.
Oh wow.
So walked all the way over there, and it felt like going to the boonies. Like
3 Mile
like
John.
it was so different because at Comic-Con a lot of the booths are like gigantic. They're exhibitor booths, right?
Oh, okay,
They're there to like show off stuff, right? So they had like SpongeBob's Pineapple House and stuff, and like huge displays showcasing like movies and TV shows and stuff, from companies that have marketing budgets.
Yeah, true.
You contrast that with Artist Alley way at the end, and I think they have a table height limit or something because nobody there had anything higher than like 6 feet off the ground.
Oh wow, that's so short.
Yeah, it was short. Nobody, like, I think one person had like a backdrop stand, and everybody else was just stuff on the table, which is kind of nuts. Like it was so low key. And then there were like basically no anime artists naturally, right? It's not their place. I mean I feel like Comic-Con is probably heavily juried, and they want to filter out that stuff, right?
Mm.
I think there are artists who do, because I remember when I went to Emerald City Comic Con, what was it, 2 years ago? The artists there were like, we don't like these anime artists. They're taking our space, and they're all grumpy, like, you know, comic book type guys. And like, I think I get it. Like the feeling of like, we've been here for this whole time, and then suddenly, like, you see these highly commercialized type tables selling stuff that you have no connection to. Like, I think it's stupid. But at the same time, I get it, right? And so at Comic-Con, there was like no anime, maybe like 1 or 2 people, and everything else was like a comic book artist, someone selling their book, or like a fine arts person.
Oh wow, totally
Yeah.
different then.
Oh yeah, and there was like one vendor who was there who I was able to talk to, and then she was like, "Yeah, Comic-Con's one of my best shows all year." Like, they were like, "I'm so glad I got into Comic-Con, because I didn't get into AX," and I'm like, "Yeah." So, yeah, I ultimately don't think it's a venue for the vast majority of us Artist Alley folk, but it was interesting to know that it was out there.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So, I think that's it. I've been talking a lot.
No,
your stream.
very, very interesting. I feel like you always have an exciting, interesting story to tell. So
I feel like that's true, actually.
Well, that's only because I did something interesting this last week. Otherwise, for the entire last 2 months, I've been doing nothing but sitting at home.
Oh. I've been so slow at art as well. Just trying to learn how to balance day job, but yeah. So actually, I think that's kind of funny about this event is, have you been streaming, Marty? Because if not, then we have three
not
people.
Say it again.
Oh, if so, then we have 3 people who like big long hiatus from streaming.
I'm trying to get back into it. I mean,
Okay.
I stream every single time Honkai Impact releases new story.
Okay.
So that's like, you know, 3 times every 6 weeks, right? Going by Hoyo release schedules, and so
Yeah.
I'm like, I really need to stream more, but I already know it's not going to be art, so
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
that's my other life. But actually, I am going to stream after we're done here.
Oh,
today.
awesome.
Yeah, new story chapter day. I guess
Today?
it's in HSR as well, isn't it?
Yep, new patch day
Yeah.
at HSR. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be polling, so
Nice.
I'm so excited for Hunt March.
yeah.
Is that like coming out like now?
It's this patch. I have no idea when the event for it starts, though.
I see.
Yeah, same.
Is
I'm
there, like, a
hoping
main
immediately.
story that's coming out, or is it like events and stuff?
I think it's a filler. It's just filler side stuff.
It's a tournament arc.
Well, I guess my question is more is like, is it like an interlude chapter, or is it like just an event that's going to go on? Maybe you don't know.
Do you want
That
my
I don't
honest-
know, actually.
My honest read on it? My honest read is, I think the Lol Food story was such a disaster. This is going to be their attempt to try to get people interested back in the region.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. I mean, it does seem substantial. I'm just like, I wonder if this is considered quote unquote main plot, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell what the really long overarching plot is kind of just like our mom saying go through the script and then at the end make a big choice and we're like, okay, mom. That's all I can tell about the macro plot so far.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about ZCC when it launched?
I love it. I'm so obsessed with this game.
Same.
I am, goodbye, Genshin.
Really? That much? Dang.
I mean, I haven't really been that into Genshin lately. I've been burnt out. I mean, I still love it, but I've been really burnt out. And and ZZZ is really fun, and I love the characters.
Yeah.
So it's taken my heart.
Aww.
Yeah. I think it's what's the word? Endearing.
Yeah.
Like the whole setup is nice and fun. I want to see when it like opens up its story some more. I mean, I didn't get to chapter 3.
Chapter
Kiri,
3
like,
was really good.
Kiri excitedly DM'd me and was like, "Marty, it's so good."
It was really
like,
good.
I believe you. The cutscenes look good. I know that like the OG gang is there, so yeah, we'll see. I'm not there yet. I got kind of busy the last couple weeks.
Yeah,
So,
totally.
For me and ZZZ, I played like the first week like religiously. I was because for me I was like, okay, what I did when Star Rail came out was I played everything that was available in the story at launch, and then I kind of dipped because I was already like, I'm not gonna be playing this game for anything other than story. So let's just see how far I can get with that. And I was able to do that in Star Rail, like get to the end of what was available in story at launch, right? But ZZZ, I was like no lifing that game for like 4 days, and then I got hit by that time gate, which we all know, right?
The level 38 one or something, or
well, it's just it happens over and over again, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like I was like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to use my pulse for this, but I feel like if I'm trying to hurry up, like I have to, and so I did it a couple times. Well, because like for me, like I was gonna work at the ZZZ booth, right? So I needed to know.
Oh, that's kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because a lot of our coworkers hadn't played it.
Oh, that's so funny.
So I was like, okay. But anyway, yeah. So I managed to get up to the chapter 2 interlude with Julian and Chunyi. So that's about as far as I got in ZZZ.
Got it.
Good and fun. I like Julian a lot. I took a picture with her.
Yeah.
I love Julian. The 2 cop girls are my favorites, and Nicole, of course, my beloved. But I actually like Victoria Housekeeping so much more than I thought I would. I thought they'd be like, okay, you know, the fun, edgy characters, but I absolutely love all of them a lot.
You found them compelling?
I did actually.
They're my favorite faction from the beginning, so I'm not surprised.
Did you finish the story, Luna?
Yep. Yeah. I'm also no lifer.
How peak is chapter 3, okay?
It's good. I think my overall feeling on the story, I didn't actually want it to be deep or edgy. I just wanted a good time, and that's exactly what it gave me.
Yeah.
In fact, it not only gave me a good time, it gave me a great time.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's not like extremely deep or anything, but it's fun.
I think especially at launch, it's good for them to have it be like, you know, just like a good enjoyable thing. It doesn't have to like, you know, immerse you right away in heavy topics, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a problem, or maybe not a problem, but that's a thing that a lot of gacha games really try to do, so that you take it seriously, is that they try to start out with a serious tone. But I don't think that's always the play.
Yeah, you need to get people endeared to the characters. Hammy,
right? Like, serious, but I haven't gotten invested in your world and like the idea that these people live normal lives yet. Like,
Yep. Well, the funny thing was, when I first started ZZZ, I was really hoping it wasn't that good, for the very specific reason of I was already playing 4 gaches actively.
Yeah, that's me.
I was like,
what's your list?
My list?
Yeah,
my list is Genshin, Star Rail, and now I've added ZZZ, and then Octopath COTC, and then Wuthering Waves.
Octopath gacha?
Yeah, there is.
No way.
I'd say, well, I enjoy it. However, every patch, the subreddit jokes about end of service, so because it's so small and nobody knows about it. So.
Oh no.
This
Yeah,
is why I
I mean,
always
I guess I
hesitate
haven't even
before
heard about it.
recommending it to somebody. um, but yeah, so I was like, oh, you know, the designs are totally not my taste. I'm not really like the Shibuya street punk kind of person. You know, it like looks fresh and fun, but I'm not an action game person, so I'm hoping I can like pass on this one. But then I fell in love because the siblings dynamic is really similar to how me and my brother are, and we're very close in real life, right? So
Right.
I think seeing that, I was like, oh no, I have to play this game. It's like watching me and my brother. So
That's so cute. I love that.
so the sibling dynamic, like I know some people were like, oh, the story started out slow, I didn't really like it, and to me it's like immediately it captured me, just because like it's like my own family, so of course I'm gonna really love it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that the story started out slow. I actually really like how the story started because I guess, like, how do I put this? It starts out as like normal everyday life for Wise and Belle, and just they're not like special. They're just normal people. I mean, I guess they're kind of special, but not really.
Enough.
In their
They're special
they're
enough. but they're not,
they're
like,
special enough
gods.
in like they're kind of famous, but they also are just regular people. They're not superheroes. They don't have magic powers. Like, they're just normal. So it starts them out in their normal life, and it slowly burns with like, oh, they're getting into like some crazy stuff, and that gets deeper and deeper, and more happens because of previous events. And I really liked how that got put together. And then with no spoilers, that's why I liked chapter 3 so much, is because it's still goofy and fun and like not that deep, but chapter 3 took everything that had happened so far and showed you why it mattered, like even the goofy stuff, and it was just so good. I really liked that. The writing was great.
For me, that's what I'm waiting for. I was like, okay, they're trying to set up a certain plot point in the first 2 chapters and 3 and like the interlude. I was like, I want to see how they pay that off in some way, so that you know, we can get fully immersed in like the idea of what this this setup is about. That's for me what I've been looking for.
That was very fair. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so good.
Awesome. Seems like that's kind of cool. I'm glad that you guys have the correct opinion in both liking it.
Never ever not had the correct opinion. Okay.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering, since I know that reception on it has been a little bit mixed, so.
Well, I think people are just impatient.
Honestly, I think reception was really mixed for Star Rail when it came out too. I think people's initial thoughts are a lot more harsh than reality.
Yeah, it's just whether or not like it holds up after like a couple days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's so funny because the people's feelings on Star Rail are so different now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Star Rail makes more than Genshin, or like equal amount, despite having a much smaller
like
player base.
Off depending on whatever's like, you know, hotter at the moment, right?
Yeah, but that's very impressive.
I remember when Star Rail came out, I was telling all you guys, I was like, guys, I want this game to succeed so bad. I was like, I believed in it so much. And then, well, here we are. I think it absolutely exceeded Mihoyo's expectations. You know?
Oh, you know what's really going to be gunning for me is the what everyone thinks is going to be their anime Stardew Valley / Animal Crossing.
Oh,
I'm in so much trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm on the payroll, so I shouldn't say this, but you know, there's some stuff floating out there on the internet about it, and it looks good. Although
I do hope it goes by the name people think is Astroweave Haven and not Star Cuckoo Land.
What? I haven't even seen that.
One
what
of
the
the
heck?
ones that were out there. That's crazy.
Star Cuckoo Land, yeah. I was like, please. I know
Don't call it that.
I know that people joke because Genshin itself is kind of a goofy name, so please don't call it Star Cuckoo Land.
You know what? I want it now. I want it now to prove a point. Okay.
Oh my
Star
gosh.
Cuckoo Land. I play Star Cuckoo Land. I guess it does help it sound more like indie
It's kind of cute, actually.
in a
But
demented
Asleep
way.
Haven is fine.
That's so funny.
We'll see when it comes out. That's got to be their next year release. I'm just like, man, is it gonna just keep being a new gacha every single year? Like they gotta do something because it's, you know, I don't know if they can keep expanding like this.
It keeps making them money. Why not so far?
Yeah.
I'm not really looking forward though to, like, as much as I'm like, oh, I'm in so much trouble. I'm like, the problem is that the cozy life sim itself is a genre that does not like incentivizing black hat motivation or exclusivity and all these things that, you know, gachas obviously like to implement.
Yeah.
Or it loses its vibe. And this is also why I left Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, because they got really kind of
Because
aggressive.
it was all about that, right?
Yeah. And the thing is that what people like about the genre is its innate, like, coziness and the feeling you can do anything and you have freedom and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
so I almost wonder, like, how would they make it a gacha while still retaining the core audience?
Yeah,
Is it confirmed
I mean,
supposed to be a gacha? I haven't heard anything about this game, to be honest. I only know the tiniest amount.
I just think their past track record has all been gachas, and gachas make them a lot of money, so...
yeah, there's no way it's
That's
not a gacha. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm just like, a game like Genshin never really existed before it came out, right? And
True.
I don't think people could have thought that that kind of open world formula was going to work for a gacha game.
I don't think it's
And-
a good gacha format. I'll be perfectly honest.
No,
the thing
no,
I
I
like
think it
least
sucks.
about Genshin is actually the gacha format.
I think it sucks. I think everybody agrees it sucks, but it worked, right? It worked for them.
Works for making money.
So it's probably going to be exactly like that. Like, we're always going to be sitting there wishing that they actually would just make a real game. You know.
Maybe I'm in the minority. I like that it's a gacha, actually.
You're a psychopath. I bet you get lucky
That's
on your
why I
polls and
play
you
it.
win your 50-50s, huh? Have I showed you my last record on the Hoyoverse games, Tiri?
No, I haven't seen.
Let me pull it up for you. All right.
In my defense, I'm not that lucky, but I very rarely get burned because I don't pull for like that many characters, and I wait to pull until I can guarantee, even if I lose the 50-50.
That's fair.
So then I'm just always happy.
That's very fair. So for ZZZ, you already know that I lost my 50-50 and went to double over 75 pulls.
Oh my gosh.
For Genshin, all of my past 5 stars have been above 75 pulls, and they all lost the 50-50.
Oh my gosh.
For Star Rail, 1, 2, 3. I also lost the light cone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lost 50-50s. Some did come early, but not by that much. It's like 50 plus. So
Yeah.
when you're somebody like me, you're like, gachas are a plague on the world that need to be eradicated.
I actually have really bad Star Rail luck.
Oh, really?
The last thing I pulled in Genshin was Farina on her first banner, so it's been a really long time.
Oh my gosh, you were saving.
And I lost that to Mona,
Aw.
and then got Farina, because like I said, I wait until I have 180 pulls, so that even if I go all the way to 90 twice, I'll still get the character I wanted.
That's crazy.
But I did get lucky. I did get lucky in ZZZ. I got Zhu Yuan. I won her 50-50. But I got her at 89 pity, literally.
Oh my
The
gosh.
Second to last pull possible.
one pull before like the 90 bounty.
Yes.
The truly unluckiest timeline.
I'm really hoping I can get Qingyi too, because those two are like my absolute favorites. I have
Aw.
no savings, so I'm like, oh no, please be in the second half.
Yeah, I think she is because they dripped Jane first, right? Assuming they go by the same rules as Star Rail.
That'd be smart. I
It's
hope
also
so.
why I think Fei Xiao is first, and then Ling Xia, but We don't have any of that actually confirmed until the actual live stream. So
Yeah.
Is that this weekend?
Star Rail
Is
live
it?
stream?
Yeah.
No.
No, it already happened.
Yeah, the Star Rail
Like, we-
patch. I should actually
May.
download. I don't even have the new Star Rail patch downloaded.
Yeah.
I'm in such a weird camp where I really liked Star Rail, and then I thought the first patch of Penacony was amazing, and then the 3 patches after I actually found very disappointing. So,
Oh, I mean, Thierry's heard my Penacony opinions.
oh, do you have to say what? Well, did you even like the first Penacony patch?
I did. I
Okay.
did like Penacony 1.
Okay.
I mean, there were parts of it that I thought were goofy, but
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
all right, I'm still here.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I've given many a long rant about it.
I think it just comes down to they cooked a little too long in the kitchen. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
I think that's the case. A little bit too much cook.
They
Calm
had a
down.
good time.
Well, Thierry, to back up a bit, like Thierry, you said that you actually like that these games are gacha games. Like, what about
Yeah,
the
I do.
experience is it that you enjoy from that?
Oh my gosh. This is
I mean
gonna
that
make
as a
me
genuine
sound-
question, not like
This is gonna make me sound really dumb, but I really just like gachas. I've always played gacha games. I used to play gacha games that like didn't really arguably have very fun gameplay just because I like collecting characters. Like I don't know, when I was a kid I liked collecting like random cards, and I don't know. I've just always been like a collector of cute, nice looking things, and in gachas where you get to also play with the characters, it really appeals to me. I think I would still like Genshin if it wasn't a gacha, but I probably would have waited a significantly longer time to get into it. Just because gacha games are my jam.
I think that makes sense because like gachas give you a sense of like I own this, you know, that like you might not get in another game per se.
Mm-hmm.
Just because like it does have some perceived sense of value, like everything that you get, you know, which does that kind of suck? I mean, kind of, but
Yeah.
it does give you a certain feeling, right?
I will say, I also, I don't know if anybody here really played much Love Live, but that was my first gacha, and I played it for like 4 years. Love Live is awful to you. It has zero pity. It is the worst. There's no like 50-50, there's nothing. Like, if you could just never get anything from Love Live, and you need to thank them for it. Like,
Oh my gosh, how terrible.
coming from
Generation of
that-
gacha games.
yeah, coming from that, Genshin actually feels really generous to me personally. Like, I know a lot of people have opinions about that, but I'm like, wait, I can guarantee a character? Like, that's actually possible? Whoa.
As someone
So-
who came from FE Heroes, yeah, I mean, hard pity is nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
having
yeah,
hard
no.
pity just makes it so much more enjoyable. Towards the end, Love Live added like a sparking system, so it wasn't a hard pity, but after you did a certain number of pulls, you could choose a character you wanted and you would be guaranteed them. It would like I think you'd like straight up buy them like from a shop.
Oh wow.
But the number of pulls to get there, I'm not going to say any exact numbers because I don't remember anymore, but it was like an obscene number, like an unobtainable number.
Oh.
So
Wow.
you had, if you wanted to spark, you had to skip a lot of banners just to do that, or spend way too much money. But I try to be a conscious spender in conscience.
When people like us are mentally ill and we play way too many of them.
Yes, exactly. I'm playing like, I guess I already dropped Woowa, so I'm really only playing 3 gachas right now. But yeah, I can't spend in all of
based
them.
on interest, right?
Hmm?
Just swapping off based on whatever's interesting and then giving time for the 3.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
I guess for me, like, what is it? You know my main game. But beyond that, it's like Genshin, Star Rail, ZZZ, I just am going to just continue to swap between them for story reasons. You know, Genshin, I have my invested account and I have it in my happy memories, but I don't know if I'll ever like, you know, get in it again. But
I've reached-
I think, to me, what I enjoy about this format of game is that it is a live service. You know, that the story's continually evolving and we get to like be with this world for, you know, such a long time. You know, because I've mentioned before, you know, me and Luna come from the Fire Emblem world, and the Fire Emblem games are like fantastic. I love them. The stories are good, but then they came to an end, and we haven't seen anything for like years.
They don't exist anymore.
Yeah,
Only a memory.
and it's like, okay, like I have this thing I care about, and I haven't seen anything. While, you know, in the Hoyo games, and I guess gachas in general, but specifically the Hoyo games, like, you know, every 6 weeks we're getting at least something, you know, and
That's the other thing about gachas I like. Yeah, the live service. for
and
sure.
that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with like pulling and stuff, but you know, pulling is what funds all of that content, so I consider it a necessary evil.
That's very interesting. I agree, because I was actually thinking that the best thing about a gacha is the live service model. However, I like how it's balanced a lot more in MMOs than gachas.
Right. You
so
from Final Fantasy 14.
yeah, because I have way too many hours in Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's when a model depends on, so like for people like you, Tiri, you're able to curb that impulse and not spend, right? Or gamble, basically. And it turns it more into like an investing or a collecting simulator, which I think is actually the healthiest way to approach a gacha. The problem I have is that the universal appeal of these games often means that high schoolers and young people are downloading these games.
People who are susceptible to FOMO.
Yes, people who are susceptible to FOMO and susceptible to gambling. And here's the main thing, there's no legislation, right? So there's like legislation already about like minors shouldn't be in casinos, I think we have legislation about underage gambling.
Yeah.
And we don't have any of that protection in place for them. So that's why I innately hate gacha as a genre, because in my opinion, it is preying on a lot of younger people. And the companies know it is, and they kind of feed off of it, because if these games were like, oh, only adults are playing them and things like that, they wouldn't be as popular. They wouldn't be as universal. So, yeah, that's my main issue with them.
Yeah, I do think it's funny though, in you know, Mihoyo's home country, that isn't a problem that they have to deal with, right? Because like youth have strict gaming usage. Times, right?
Yeah, they have laws.
Yeah.
They actually do have laws. So
Social
and
Security.
Since that's their primary audience, they, you know, it's whatever.
Yeah, screw those Western kids. They're dumb.
Yeah, the rest of us, you know, we can't control ourselves. Like, you know, it's what it is. So I was just thinking about this. I was like, man, for every the summer event that's happening in Genshin right now, it's like it takes, you know, this many hours to get through, and it's like a limited time thing. And then like, imagine being youth and you only have 1 hour to play and you can't even finish the story. Like, and especially with this new Genshin event that is like very, you know, child friendly. I don't want to say that it's like immature, because I actually think it's really cute. But like, you know, it's something that is appropriate for like a younger audience. But then that same younger audience can't engage with it in China is like kind of, you know, it's ironic, right?
Yeah.
I was gonna say funny, which it kind of is, but
It's kind of funny, but in a sad way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess going back to somebody, I don't know which one of you said I had a healthy gacha addiction. Yeah, I have, like, I don't know, since I've played gachas for so long, I have made rules for myself that I'm not allowed to break or I die. For gachas, where I cannot spend, like, if I'm playing multiple games, I'm not allowed to spend in more than one game at a time. So, like, I'm playing 3 gachas right now. I bought the battle pass for Star Rail. So, for this entire next patch of all 3 games, Star Rail's the only one I'm allowed to spend money in. And then, yeah, like I said, I don't really gamble it. I wait until I can actually guarantee a character, unless I'm, like, very desperate. But then I don't wail for things. I just, like, well, you didn't get it. Guess rerun.
Yep. Yeah.
I think the vast majority of, like, working adults who play this game, you know, like us,
Or probably
are like the vast majority of the audience, and they'll probably give it, like, have gambling addiction at the beginning or here and there, but I think most people, you know, figure out their balance on how to live life, so it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a culture of, like, you gotta save, right? Like, it's just when, you know, you see content creators going all out, you suddenly feel like, I wish that could be me, and then you go all out, you know?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Whoops.
No, the biggest where I entered a gacha and felt a lot of culture shock. The biggest one was actually the Octopath one, because it's a small game, right? Like, nobody plays it. And on the subreddit, I'm used to usually browsing the subreddit for things like advice or, like, who to pull for, etc., just, like, opinions and things like that. And we just had, like, our anniversary event, like, and 2 really anticipated characters be released. And everybody on the subreddit was just talking as if, like, the comparison would be, like, they're all like, pull as many constellations as you can. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, I stopped at, like, C3. Or, like, I stopped at C4 or something. I'm like, what? How are you guys getting so many pulls? Like, I just couldn't understand, but what I think it is, I think since it's a smaller hardcore gacha, it's all medium to high spenders. And up until I'm so used to, like, Hoyoverse communities. Yeah, you have, like, the whales and stuff, but you have a large percentage of people who are either low spending or free to play, who will tell you if, like, a character is worth an investment or something. And I was like, oh my gosh, these people are just expecting, it's like, it's just expected. After a year, you're gonna have a few C6 characters. And I was like, that's so weird.
That is crazy.
Honkai Impact is kind of like that. I mean, it is basically the same thing, right? Like, smaller, older type of gacha game, right? And the expectation in that game is, like, you gotta pull for every single character. You gotta pull for, like, their weapon, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, you have to do that. It's like, otherwise you won't be able to keep up in the meta, you know? So it's, like, a bit difficult and painful there, but I'm there for sentimental reasons rather than for gameplay reasons.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering, as we're kind of beginning to trend in this direction, less with Genshin, a lot more with Star Rail.
Right.
But it seems to me that outside of power creep or new limited characters fixing problems old limited characters have, they don't entirely know how to create engaging gameplay. And so I think a day will come where I'm just like, I don't like that because they feel this pressure to keep making new shiny characters that force people to pull, they're gonna keep on, I don't know, like basically a power creep advent, I guess. Is like, are they just gonna eventually come out with, oh, none of your old Goldo heroes, none of your old characters are usable because, you know, the new characters just do everything they do but better.
Yeah.
I do feel like Star Rail's heading towards something like
really
that.
Nice about Genshin for such a long time because it was like anti-power creep, right? And then I don't know, it's like trending away from that now.
I think every character is still usable though.
Yeah,
There's nobody that's not strong enough to like do whatever you're doing.
It's not like super extreme in Genshin, which is like great. I don't know what it's like in Star Rail because I don't keep up with its meta, but like
I watched somebody clear the latest 12-1, which is insanely hard, with an Amber main DPS team, so...
that used to be me.
Yeah, used to be
Once upon a time.
I was like, wow, is this Marty's secret account?
Yeah, so... it's painful.
Yeah, but I think what that happens is it has the opposite effect on me, where instead of being like, oh, I have to pull in order to keep up or whatever, it comes to a point where I'm just like, okay, it's just
Like-
not worth it for me to pull on anybody except
I
like the
think
designs I
it's
like.
yeah, that's
balance
what happens to me.
as a game developer. It would, it would be like balancing that, because making your characters feel like they're worth it is important, right? Because that's the thing, is like in all these games, whenever they release a banner and a character feels useless to pull on, they're not going to pull. But then, like, if they power creep everything else, like, it just leads to a general level of like dissatisfaction that will burn people out.
Yeah.
So how do they like it's all a matter of like managing the pace of how that power creep progresses, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a problem for basically every kind of game. So
Yeah.
I don't like, I think there are all sorts of solutions that people can take.
I think it's just with the shiny new DPS trinity of like first it was Acheron, and then it was Firefly, and now it's probably going to be Fei Xiao. It's just kind of like, oh, so, you pulled for Blade, way back when or whatever. Well, big middle finger, right?
Me.
Old now.
Me too.
What are you doing?
I have Blade. Or it's also like I skipped Acheron, and I don't really have a
Also
good
same.
team for her. I am also going to continue skipping her, and instead I got Black Swan and Kafka, because I was like, oh, it's probably like okay if I have to cover my Lightning and Wind. Acheron does so much more damage than Kafka. It's like not even close. So that's why I like have concerns about this, because to me the element, the power level between different characters in the exact same element in similar roles is like
Wild.
Well, at the very least, I think on the flip side of all of this is that when power creep comes in, it does make it actually slightly more accessible to newer players, because it's like, oh, I don't have all these characters that haven't shown up in the banner like, since 2021, right?
True.
And like they're able to still keep up with all the new content that's coming out if they're, pulling in the gacha. So I think it does, in some cursed way, keep it accessible to new players,
It does, but this is actually interesting because this is also another flaw I've seen with Star Rail compared to Genshin. I think they underutilize how strong their characters are in terms of story and characterization.
Right.
So
Okay,
because like, for example, like sometimes you still see like pretty bad characters combat wise in Genshin, and it's nice. Star Rail, it's like we didn't even spend any time with Robin. She wasn't like in the main story almost at all, and she didn't have a companion quest, and that's the thing about power creep is, to me, it cements some characters who are just like wasted potential in terms of story, right?
Yeah, I think, and I think on the note of like characters with wasted potential, that's the difficulty in these types of gacha games that have big casts. It's like, if they don't get their moment now, like it's not likely, or it's like improbable that they'll get their moment later, right?
Yeah. If you don't happen to be the face of the fictional Chinese faction, you'll never be seen again.
Yeah.
Jing Yuan and Zhang Li.
A little bit difficult. Like if you have a character that's appealing and then their time passes by them without ever getting a chance to be cool,
Okay, I will be right back.
Wow, bye.
That sounded so tsundere for me for some reason. The wow, bye. I am so impressed at how fast Tiri can just do these, by the way. It takes me like literal days to make one charm.
No, same.
I don't got that Sigma grind set, the Hoyoverse Sigma grind set of someone willing to wait like 5 patches to pull somebody.
Yeah, I think I really come to appreciate gachas that manage to like keep their cast, relatively condensed. Like there's this gacha game, Project Sekai, that I really like.
Oh yeah.
It's about like Hatsune Miku and all of her friends and stuff like that.
Okay.
And there's only about 20 characters in that game. And then all the Vocaloids, so what is that? 6 plus... There's 26 characters in that game. And the Vocaloids don't really have characters, they're just there. So the human characters, there are 20 of them, and it just kind of rotates between that cast. And you just get to know them really, really, really well. And they all have, like, continuing character arcs and stuff like that. And I don't know, I think that, to me, that is, like, an optimal cast size. Like, one that's not so small that, like, nothing, it's hard to find exciting things that are happening or, like, character dynamics. But one that's not so big that, like, people get neglected for too long, right?
Yeah.
So.
That's actually what I've loved about the ZZZ story so far, and it's something I'm afraid they're gonna lose in the future.
Yeah,
because
I'm sure it's gonna go that way eventually.
Well, because a similar thing actually happened with Star Rail, where the cast was small for quite a while, and I felt like we got to know the starter characters quite in depth, or like the ones in Bellabog as well.
Yeah.
And then starting at like Lawfu and expanding into Penacony, I'm like, I can't keep track of all these people, and I don't care about a lot of these people, right?
Yeah, and they haven't really had time to come back to him, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can tell because not every limited, gets a major content or, companion quest, so.
Yeah. And it sucks. Kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And, like, to me, I don't understand why they can't do that. They have all the resources in the world. And even in Genshin, they at least have a character story quest for every character. Originally, I excused it in Star Rail because, like, I think it was the smaller game, But that excuse doesn't really work anymore. They have the money to like, give every character their time.
Yeah. I'm usually not a fan of the idea of like, oh, just more content, more as opposed to quality, but like companion quests are they could do with at least a basic companion quest.
Yeah, I think it's important. And here's the thing, when Star Rail first came out, I really liked that their companion quests were really short and they included like a lot of cast members. And I mean, when was the last time we had a companion quest? Was it like the Black Swan and Sparkle one?
Probably. I know we're getting one with Yunli, I think. Oh my gosh, the memes on how shafted Jiaochu is getting. It's so funny.
Who's that?
Case in point, the Robin at least had some backstory stuff, even though she didn't get a companion quest. She did, but that's part of my issue, is that I think she should have had a way more major role as set up as a foil to her brother. And instead, they didn't give her that role at all. But yeah, Judge is the other person in this upcoming Star Rail patch.
Okay, the dude.
The fox dude.
I haven't seen him in like any of the marketing material. It's all
Yudli. All Yudlis. Even on first of all, the controversy with him is he got really shafted in beta. He was nerfed every version until he's basically not good for a lot of stuff.
Right.
And then after that, they just continuously shaft him in marketing material. So like in the patch art, he's way off in the corner. He's covered by the launch screen. What else? I don't know. I just know that like he took so many L's. So.
Yeah. Back to Robin. Robin's actually my favorite Penacony character.
She's so cute.
I've said it to other people that she's the only Penacony character I like.
Oh,
But
wow.
that might be a little extreme, but like no, I really liked her, and I think a little bit more would have been nice. But I did like what we got. And you know, I thought it was nice that she got her songs. I thought her Christian rock song at the end of the arc was goofy, but as a song, I like it.
Everyone who's been to church is like, this is just CCM. Why? Yeah, it's it's because I loved her design. I wanted more for her. And I was like, what's so weird to me is ideologically, she is set up as the perfect foil to Sunday. So why is she never here when we confront Sunday? Instead, the confrontation to Sunday is just, I don't know, quote unquote, our trailblazing spirit or whatever. I'm like, think how much more compelling it is if Robin is in this scene trying to talk down her brother. Like, that's so much more interesting to me.
Yeah, and instead she came in at the end and hugged him.
She came in at the end, sang her Christian song, and then hugged him when, I don't know, he's gonna die. Anyway, I think she was really, it's actually, this is my same complaint with Firefly, is everything significant Firefly did was off screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, you can't just hand wave Hoyo and be like, oh yeah, they're important because they did this off screen. There's no emotional weight there. There's,
you know how cathartic it feels knowing that you had problems with Penacony's story.
I had immense problems with Penacony's story, but I loved 2.0. I saw 2.0, I was like, oh wow, this is a Star Rail renaissance. Like, they're doing so many things right. And then it just kept going downhill. So I was just like, all right.
Yeah. I thought it was so funny because me and Momo and our friend Grimmels were in a voice chat doing the story for Penacony. And you know, not to be like a downer and stuff, but like we progressively were sitting there like, okay, when is this gonna pay off in the satisfying way that we were expecting? And then when certain things happened, I think we just emotionally and mentally like checked out. We were like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And then like feeling that way, and then the next day going on Twitter and stuff and everyone being like, Pika-Coney!
I know.
I felt like I was in Bizarro world.
Yeah.
I was like, I felt so differently. And I was like, maybe it's because I'm burdened by my Honkai Third knowledge to feel this way. But then like these days, the Star Rail Reddit's like, actually, maybe it wasn't completely Pika-Coney. And I'm like, okay, let's just have realistic expectations here. I don't think we have to say like it was totally terrible, you know. And if anything, I'm actually happy that people did like Penacony.
Yeah,
at least,
of course.
At least on first go, because can you imagine how miserable it would be if the discourse was like, I can't believe Penacony was bad, like Xianzhou was bad. Oh, it would be so fair. It would be so painful.
Yeah. No, and it was definitely better than Luofu. Luofu was a train wreck.
Yeah,
but
I think it succeeded in the concept of having exciting spectacle. You know, like it always had something going on, which is like, it's fine.
Yeah, and at least they had a character kit aligned with the story arc they wanted to tell. As opposed to, like, in Luofu, when Dan Heng's awakening instead of a moment of triumph. Oh, cool, he's such a rare 5-star, all his animations are so cool, he's so much better than the 4-star, and then he's like, but I want to be the Trailblazer. He doesn't want to be the Dragon Elder. Yeah, so now you have this weird thing where you're trying to upsell and market how awesome this dragon form is when it's something he rejected that is totally opposing to the narrative, right? So, yeah. That's, at least Penacony was consistent, like, in that way. I think it was more just, it was actually wasted potential. It could have been a lot better.
Right.
Hello, I am back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
We were trash talking Penacony while you were away, so you got to avoid all of that.
I'm sure I don't disagree by too much.
So, I mean, otherwise,
I'm surprised
like
you didn't like Penacony a lot, or?
So I have this thing with Star Rail where I do like the stories, and I like the characters, and I like all of the overall details, but I don't think the pacing is very good, and I don't think the writing highlights the right things at the right times. So separated from the way the story is actually presented, like on its own, I think Star Rail's writing is really good, but the way it is presented in game is not. So that's my same problem with Penacony. The pacing was bad, and the way things were presented was not that great. But on its own, in a vacuum, I think it is good. It's hard to describe, I guess.
Yeah. Well, execution is a really huge part of writing, so that makes sense. Timmy, you can't really have
not necessarily the execution that bothers me, because I'm a Honkai 3rd player. It's that bad, and I'm used to it. I'm like so used to it, and I actually think it has a value there. My problem with Penacony is that there was a lot of that, but it was like superfluous to what was being talked about. So like fluffy without it having significance, you know?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
So that was my beef. But you know, I shouldn't complain too much because Honkai 3rd is wordy.
But wordiness or even philosophicalness is not a problem to me, if it is presented well, as opposed to the 14th scene of two talking heads discussing opposing ideologies without it having a I don't know. There are better ways to expose something than walk and talk scene.
Me, I think I'm actually okay with that. I mean, for the reasons I already said. It's just the thing is in Star Rail, they haven't really trained the player to expect those things, right? Like so many of the events and the previous story arcs and stuff were very fast on its feet, right? And they've never had a lot of time for you to start contemplating things. And also, you just don't have a connection to these characters and their themes super, super deeply. You only just met them.
Yeah.
Right? So, getting their full philosophy is just something that the player isn't primed for.
Yeah.
You know? I think that's my take on that.
It also shows, I think, the disparity between the mental and emotional state the Penacony cast is versus the main character, right? Because if your main character is the POV is ready for that kind of philosophy, it's okay. But when Acheron first approaches the main character and starts talking about all this stuff, even by the end, Stella is very much still the trash raccoon. She doesn't have a single more developed brain cell at the end of Penacony than at the beginning. And
isn't that literally what I told you, Tiri?
Yes.
I actually love Stella for that. I think that the game should be more
I think it's fine as a character there. It's just she's not the one who was taught how to take in philosophy.
Yeah. Well, she's not the right character for it either.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's also a little bit why, not just as try this character before you buy, but that's also maybe why they're trying to do the POV switches, because we're it feels better if you're playing as Welts and you have this conversation. But between Black Swan and Acheron, the Trailblazer gets so much random mumbo jumbo thrown at them that they just could not perceive or care about.
Yep.
So.
Well, I think it's the Trailblazer is how do I word this? Acheron is always talking to the player like they've played Honkai 3, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not that person, you're just sitting there slack-jawed,
me.
Hey,
I don't know anything about Honkai.
What does this have to do with me?
Yeah.
You know? And of course there's me who is that person who found it lame. I didn't like that at all. Acheron is my least favorite character in the Penacony arc.
Oh. But she's right in May.
That's why I don't like her.
Oh.
Not because I don't like May. It's more that I don't like her interpretation of the character, I suppose. maybe that's how I'll put it. It's like, how do I put this into words? So like, Raiden Mei as a character is someone who goes through a lot of heavy personal trauma and then learns to overcome that and learns to let go of the things that she can't control and stuff like that. And at the end of her story, like, she's, you know, reached her happy ending and all sorts of stuff like that. And like, and the thing is, like, a lot of people in the community are like, oh, I liked when Mei was emo.
Oh no.
They're like, I really liked when she was like dark and mysterious and not like fully actualized as a human being.
Wow.
I really like when she was depressed. And so then they come out with Akron that is exactly that character. I mean, like, no, I mean, I know that like Akron at the end of the day is like strong-willed and like good and stuff, but she like represents that thing that people so desperately wanted, right? And so I'm like, I don't like that. I'm like, that like takes away her character arc, you know? And so it's like Akron as a character is basically Mei, but missing the final piece of her puzzle. You know? And that's cool, I guess. But you know, it just makes me feel like this is a lesser version of character I cared about.
That totally makes sense.
I guess you could compare it to like she's like the emblem characters in Gage. It's like, sure, this is Lynn, but it's not like her.
Ah, I see.
She's just been like plucked out of her world without all of her context, and she's like trapped here and doing stuff, you know. It's like, that's fine for fan service, but she's just a shadow, which I guess in character, I suppose. I don't know. A lot of Honkai 3 players were all like, I crewed when I saw it. I cried so hard. And to me, I was like, oh, this is like plain nostalgia bait. Like, I'm not always susceptible to that, you know? If it seems too obvious to me that it's there to just plug at my heartstrings, I don't know. I don't respond well to it.
Well, it's also, you know, if you feel the character hasn't completed their arc and earned that yet, then it actually alienates, right? Rather than draws in the viewer.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like Akuran really completed an arc. Like, she got some memory back, but she didn't...
Well, I guess her arc was like fulfilling Tiernan's wish, right?
Yeah.
Or like wish to come home, and then she was there to do something for somebody else. And so you could say that her arc was like finding some sense of fulfillment and doing her job. Yeah. Did she really grow as a person? I don't think so, but you could say that for basically everyone in Penacony.
True.
You know, everyone came, did their thing, and then left.
It really was like a stage play.
Yeah. Because, like, Aventurine, like, he came, he had his whole backstory, and we all felt bad for him, but at the end of the day, not only did he not lose his job that he hated, he got a promotion. You know?
Promoted.
So, fundamentally, is he changed as a person? Not really. That's fine. It's fine. Sparkle
I do have the impression that internally, of all the cast of Penacony, internally, I think Aventurine grew the most. Because I feel like he learned something by interacting with his younger self, but that's maybe the only character.
I think he learned something out of it, but he's also just functionally doing exactly the same thing he was doing before.
He is, yeah.
And it's kind of that way for everybody else. Except for Robin. This is why Robin is my favorite character.
Except for Sunday, he's now in jail.
And Sunday's, you know, off on some other adventure. But he wasn't one of the, you know, gotcha characters.
Yeah.
And naturally, as the antagonist, you know, he has consequences, I suppose. However, they deal with those consequences later. We'll see how that plays out.
I mean,
Black Swan didn't do anything.
yeah, as
she
much
really
as
didn't.
True. As much as I complain a little about Penacony, I would absolutely pull for Sunday if he's playable. So
I like him. Sunday's cool. I mean, I think his whole villainous motivation is a little bit silly, but as a character, I think he's fine. Here's the thing: as I actually, despite what I said about Robin being the only character I like, I actually think the Penacony cast they're really well defined characters. They have like very instant appeal for a lot of people, and that's why I think in a lot of ways Penacony really, really succeeded. You know, like people instantly attached themselves to them. You know, it was just, and this is what me and Momo always say is like they had all the right pieces. It was just like figuring out what they were going to do with them is something that was not executed well in Penacony. You know.
Yeah.
And once again, that's the sad thing about all of this to me is like they were so interesting, but one, all of their interesting things happen in their backstory or off screen, or two, like, you know, they've got to move on to the next region, and who knows when we're going to see all of these people again, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's kind of a shame.
I don't know how to draw hair. I've spent this whole stream drawing hair. And at the end I look at it and I'm like, it doesn't look any different.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so sad right now.
The struggle.
Yeah. In any case, despite all my complaints around it, like I said, I think it's good that it touched the hearts of so many people, because it would have been terrible for everyone involved if it didn't, you know, stick the landing. You know, if people like in retrospect sit with it and are like, actually it had problems, I think that's natural for any kind of story, right? If the initial impression was like positive and people walked away from it feeling entertained, then that's good. I think that's good.
And there's promise for improvement in the future, because now they know that people will connect with a good story.
Yeah.
And they will pull for it, which is even more important to a Chinese company.
Right. I think on the whole, Penacony was extremely successful in that. I think. So, I imagine down the line in the future, there are going to be a lot of people saying that Star Rail was never good since Penacony, right? People say those things for all the other games, you know?
I feel like not controversially, but conversely, Genshin has gotten so much better every patch.
Yeah.
When I came back to it, people were like, "Oh yeah, Sumeru's story is so good," and I played through like the first 3/4 of Sumeru. I went, "I'm not enjoying myself. I'm not liking this." And then the last quarter hit, and I was like, "Oh, okay, they backloaded all of the quality." At least everything in the first 3/4 was setting up for this last quarter, right? And then I feel like with Fontaine, they were able to iron that out. I know people complain about like the prison arc, but it was actually pretty short. If you play it all in one go, which I did, because I came back, after Fontaine was already done.
You binged it, right?
Yeah, I binged it. And I was like, the prison arc was actually super short.
I think binging is like kind of the way to go. It's just you can't do that in a live service game, right?
No, because people spoil all the time.
Yeah, so it's like, rough. Actually, on that note, speaking of pacing and all that kind of stuff, that's what happened in Honkai 3's story arc that just wrapped up. Is that like the first 2 parts of it were like all build up and like constant build up, and people like it was so dire that people were like, all right, I guess game's over, fun's over, everyone go home. Honkai 3 is so over. And then the 3rd part comes out, and it's just like hit after hit after hit. Like every single moment is like insane plot twists and like deeply emotional moments, and it was like, oh my gosh, Honkai 3 is so back. And like all the community was like, oh, I see, like we should have had faith, that kind of stuff. And like,
I mean, coming on the other side, I would say Sumeru could still do with some pacing improvements. There was a lot of stuff that they didn't need to have there or on screen. But
Right.
at least it was for a purpose. So even if it was slow or like a little bit shaky, I could see, oh, they're finding their feet.
Yeah, they were like trying to really establish things. I think the thing that their writers for all their games in general really need to find out is how to keep it engaging all the way through. I think they did a good. It was so funny because Penacony is like, to me, at least the first part was the complete opposite of it. Like the pacing was incredibly fast, maybe too fast in Penacony 1. Like so much happened there, and then it got kind of long in the rest, and then they were trying to wrap up like all these storylines that like.
Oh, the last patch was so bad.
That they were trying to like. I don't know. There was a lot of like loose ends, right? And I think they wrapped it up in the end, most of them, which was good and fine. But yeah, to me, Penacony's pacing is like reversed.
Yeah.
So, different strokes for different folks. So
Who's excited for Natland? Wait, are you gonna play through Natland? Are you caught up on the story, Barty? Did they just spoil things for you?
Yeah. No.
Okay. I was like, oh, I hope.
Well, I haven't done the Archon quest or the one like interlude quest.
Oh, I love that one actually.
I haven't done that either.
I'll do it.
I haven't done the Arlecchino quest yet either.
I thought this quest, I was like, wow, this quest is technically the best piece of story writing they've ever done. And then I went on Reddit and everyone was like, this was too short. And I was like, this is why we can't have nice things. Because
yeah, no, actually, this is kind of the thing, is that on some level, I do feel like they have an expected quota. Because, like, if they make the story chapters too short, people are like, that's it?
And I'm like, you guys felt it was short because it was well paced. Don't you see the problem here is that you will feed your own problem.
Yeah, and so they're in this kind of situation where it's like people expect at least 3 hours or more. Let's say 3 to 5 hours of story every single update, right?
I wish it wouldn't be that way.
People expect that, and so when it's not that, people are like, that's it?
This is so stupid.
Yeah, like it's a lot to keep up with. Anyway, you're saying about the interlude story.
Oh yeah, just that I was like, wow, this is the first time in all of Genshin's story where I wouldn't have changed a single thing about execution or pacing. The first time. But then I
do it before Natland comes out.
How what?
I'll have to do that before Natland comes out. Since
it's good. Great. It's nice, yeah. But because I felt renewed despair when I went on social media after that, which I guess you should just never do. Just stay in ignorant bliss.
Yeah, if you
probably.
like something, don't go look up what people's opinions of it are.
I know. Although people loved the Fontaine Archon quest, the culmination. So
yeah,
I don't know. I was like, well, maybe their opinions are pretty good. No, okay. I think they just didn't realize it seems short because it's good. And now they will feed their own self-prophecy of poorly paced chapters.
I'm just reading Isaac's comment here. Isn't that common discourse in video games in general? There's a certain expectation to get X hours out of it, regardless of whether it's necessary or not. Yeah, no, it's true. People are like, are you kidding me? The game is only like 6 hours long? And it's like, yeah, 6 hours of like well-condensed, well-edited down story that is like engaging all the way through, or 100 hours of walking around doing like nothing,
I'll agree that price does have an important factor up to a certain extent, though, which is like...
Yeah, it's like, I paid $70 for this. I should at least get $70 worth of time engaging with it, right?
Yeah. Or like a short visual novel selling for like $70 instead of like $10, right?
Right.
but raw quantity is not a replacement for quality.
Yeah. Yeah. I think ultimately a lot of MiHoYo's pacing issues, I think, come down to just like not having time for editing, you know? Because in my opinion, their best paced story they ever had, and whether or not you consider it the best story arc, even though I do, is Bellabog in Star
Me
Rail.
too! Oh
Yep.
my
Bellabog
gosh!
is
Yeah,
like
I agree.
It's a fantastically paced arc. It takes about 9 hours to get through. Like, and every single moment is impactful and well condensed, and every line feels like it has weight, right? And it's just enough, and it's like perfect. And the reason why it is because they had 2 years to like polish up that narrative. You know, they had a long time to really cook that one and get player reaction and change things up based on what their future plans were. You know, something that they don't have the luxury for in most of the other stories, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we really suffer from the bloat because they're only able to do it, you know, only so many times editing it down.
Yeah.
And so instead of like, let's just pick and choose what's good here and there, like let's just make sure we do everything, and you know, at least we'll have a lot of content. You know, that's what I think.
Yeah. Well, that does make sense.
So I don't know. I'm fine. I'm fine with goofy pacing. I've gotten so used to it.
It's so over. We're so back. It's so over. I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back.
Okay.
Wow. Bye.
Oh my gosh. I'm having problems drawing Chingy. I like her too much.
How many characters are you doing?
Well, I want to have 18 new charms by the time FanX comes around. I don't know how many I'll actually do today, though.
18.
But that includes.
You're
that
gonna
includes
design 18 new things starting from these two.
Yeah, all of Natlin. These two other ZZZ characters, and 5 VTubers, maybe.
The grind is real.
Yeah, I know. It's it's been a busy summer. But yeah. Well, ZZZ is doing so good, so and I also really love it, so I definitely want to make more charms for that. I'm tempted. Actually, what's your opinion on this? I'm tempted to do the characters I skipped, the 4 stars or A rank that I skipped, like Korin and Sokaku and such.
Well, as far as I'm aware, you're the only person I know who's doing ZZZ right now, so maybe it's fine. Just keep you know, you already know what to expect, so you know what to do.
Yeah.
If you have time, I would just say if you have time, then it doesn't hurt to have them.
Yeah. Well, because I really like Corinne. I was like, oh, I'm actually surprised by how much I love her. I kind of want to draw her now.
Oh yeah, no, I like her a lot too.
And so I was like, damn, do I just do...
I
mean, I'm only missing 4 characters. Do I just do them all then?
She would be decent to have, you know.
It's so hard to decide what to do.
Because everybody else in the maid squad is a 5-star, yeah.
Yep. So she's the only Victoria House character I'm missing. I don't really want to draw Anton. I don't care about him. And I don't really want to draw Ben because I don't want to draw a bear. It just sounds too hard. So I still kind of want to leave those 2 out and just add Piper and Lucy and Corinne. And then I'd feel like if Sokaku's the only girl I'm missing, then I should just do her too. And then forget the 2 boys.
Yeah.
Very on brand for me.
I think that's
forget
fine.
the boys.
I don't see a whole lot of Anton fandom out there, so
I don't either, so there's a big Ben fandom though, but I'm sorry guys, I don't know how to draw a bear.
You know Ben is smaller than the other bears?
Is he really?
Yeah, so Ben Bigger is really Ben bigger than everyone else, but Ben smaller than the other bears.
That's really funny.
Every time I stood next to his like statue at the ZZZ booth. I was like, look, you want to take a picture with Ben Smaller?
I do like Ben. He's funny. But I don't care about boys very much.
Rip.
Sorry. Sorry, 2D men. Okay, maybe I should swap these two's position. Make sure she matches her partner. Okay, she could be a little bigger. I'm excited for 1.1 for ZZZ since it's obviously cop wife centered.
That's one way to put it.
I'm excited. I love these two so much.
I do like Julianne. I think she's endearing.
She is really endearing.
Propaganda,
just funny.
but, you know, she is endearing.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get...
I think she has a goofy tie.
She does have a goofy tie. I did not like her uniform at all until I saw what the other PubSec like NPCs wear, and then somehow that changed my mind, and now I think their uniform is goofy in a good way.
I like her shoes.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yeah, I like her shoes too. Actually, a lot of the characters have nice sneaker drip.
I mean, it's a big deal for fashion in the real world.
This is true. Okay, we need Kaleda for school.
I was telling Marty while you were gone, Tiri, that I'm so astounded at how quickly you can make these charms.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm slow. I have gotten faster though, but
Takes me like days to. I've been sitting on this ho for 4 days, I think.
oh no.
Yeah.
I think it
charm
depends
design.
on the character, but go ahead, Marty.
What's that from?
What?
Absolute Cinema.
Don't worry about it. Anyway, I have charm designs. I just like, I'm not incentivized to work on them because I can't like make charms right now. So,
That's fair.
I'm like, I'll work on them when I have the money.
I feel pressured to finish some because I need the order in by next week.
You can do it. I believe in you. Aw, Ho-Ho's so cute. I really like it.
Oh, thank you.
Aw.
Yeah, I won't be ordering any merchandise for Impulse. Just print stuff.
Do you have previous stock to bring, or
Say it again?
do you have previous stock to bring?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But I don't know if I told you this, but I'm pivoting to more paper merchandise because I can
Okay.
make those on the fly, you know.
That's fair. You have your own printer, right?
Yeah, and acrylic merchandise is something that, like you all know, it requires lead time and it requires capital which I don't have right now.
Yeah.
So mostly stuff that I can do cheaply at home is kind of the play right now. I don't know, Luna, if I ever showed you my new charm style that I was working on, though.
Oh, I don't think you have. Show me. Sorry, do you
It's
think you
really
can put it
cute.
on your stream thing? Cause
Yeah, did it freeze up? Is it working?
oh wow, that's really adorable.
Yeah,
so they're going
so I
smaller
have them
style.
in this kind of like proportion now. Kind of the idea.
Hey, that's perfect.
Let's see, these ones are a little bit more done.
Oh, very, very cute.
Yeah, so this is probably what I'm gonna do when I can manage to like actually produce them and stuff. But, yeah, that's the idea. I wanted to go for way cuter on my new style. One day, not right now.
Yeah. Like I wanted to have a bunch of ZZZ charms for the convention, but I just came to the conclusion it's like, oh, I don't think I can do it because with the day job I would need to have at least 8 charms in. Mostly because since I make my own backing cards and packaging, the minimum requirement is really high when I start a new charm line.
Right. I mean, in a way, you're in the same situation as me, right? Is like the capital investment it would take to like make these things. Like this incentivizes me from making things.
Exactly. As
and
opposed,
it's like it would be fun to make these for the joy of it, but that's time I could be spending on things that I can make.
On making money. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
or, you know, at least for me, I'm like, okay, I can't really make charms right now. So I'll just focus on prints and stuff because, you know, it looks good. Good for social media. Yeah. It's good for social media because, like, charms are not, you know?
Yeah, people
Yeah, not at all. I don't even post my charms anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I feel like it only really works if you do everything at once, right?
Yeah.
You do like, oh, I finished like 10 billion things. Look. And maybe you'll get traction, but if it's like a single one, like people don't respond well to that.
Yeah. So my account is so dead because I've done nothing but charms since EmblemCon.
That's usually what my account's like too. It's like, well, sorry guys, I'm drawing things Twitter doesn't like, so I'm not posting them.
I like cute miniature things, not really big pieces. I'm sorry. That's also because my print pieces take so long. Like, I'm just really slow. My print pieces take a minimum of like 20 hours now, so...
Yeah, I'm really slow too.
I don't have that now that I do work.
When I'm feeling motivated, my print pieces go pretty quick, thankfully. Like, I think I usually expect to take about maybe 2.5 days per print. Sometimes I could do it in 1 day.
That's so you're so fast.
Sometimes I could do prints in 1 day, but that's if you know, inspiration strikes from heaven above. You know?
If I buckle down and try really hard and don't get stuck in the sketching / what the heck pose do I want to do phase for very long, I can do a print in like 4 or 5 days. But I very often get stuck sketching, being like, what am I doing? What pose should this character do?
Wow. It still takes me like 2 weeks, even after all those conditions.
Yeah. I think for me, I want to be like Hungry Clicker, who like, you know, posts a new piece of art every single day.
Yeah, he's a psychopath.
That would be something. That would be a superpower. You know?
Yeah.
That would be so wonderful.
And I was doing that for a little bit, like some time ago, like a couple months ago. Then I fell off. So trying to get that energy back again right now.
Wow, that's really good for you though. It's a great challenge. I did it once for EmblemCon for like 4 days and I went, yeah, never again. I can't do this. I'm just not fast. Just some people have to accept their weakness in life and mine is that I'm really slow.
I have definitely gotten faster, but I think I've reached my peak. I don't know if I'll ever be quicker than I am now.
You have a long life ahead of you, alright?
I don't know, I'm pretty old.
All of us, I don't know. The arthritic bones. The arthritic bones are screeching. I think I'm getting some back problems. I
Listen, I found my first gray hair the other day, so it's officially Jover for me. I am old.
I didn't think you could get gray hairs at your age. Are you sure it's not just from conventions?
Oh, true.
I mean, yeah, it's probably just a single like gray hair. Yeah, not like
No, it's
not like
three.
a pattern of gray. You know?
No, I hope I get a bunch of gray hairs all in the same area so I can have a sick, like, gray streak like old ladies in anime.
Yeah, that
I would love that. What do I do with your arms, Chingy? Please. Help.
I found it so funny. She's like a mix of Free Ren and Mao Mao from Apothecary Diaries.
She's also, like, really serious a lot, though. She's, like, serious but not, so I'm having a hard time picking
She
a pose
takes
that
herself
works for both.
seriously, but she's not serious is the funny
Yeah.
thing.
And I want a pose that, like, can be both. So one side I can make her face serious, and the other I can give her the free run face. But that means the pose needs to work for both, like, vibes. And that's
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's hard.
I do this to myself. Okay, maybe I just change her entire body. Let's.
Are you guys excited to all have booths right next to each other?
Yes, I can't wait.
Same. I had to look up how to draw this tail.
Darn.
When I come to Anime Impulse, I am determined to finally make this Disneyland trip. I don't care if it's just me. I've been talking about it for years. Like, I gotta go.
Aww.
That's true.
You know, when it's right there in my grasp, so close I can walk to it. I have to go.
I know.
And then I can be free of this character flaw.
Not going to Disneyland?
Yeah, no, just like, I don't know. Every time I'm in LA for something, I'm like, hey guys, now is the time that we can go and enjoy ourselves? And everyone's like, I'm not feeling like it. I'm like, I just want to spend time with the people I care about. Is that so hard? Except for, I think that time that I asked you to go, Luna, like, we all got COVID that year, right?
I know. Man, I guess you guys really didn't want to go to Disneyland with me. That was AX, wasn't it?
Yeah, like 2 years ago.
I remember feeling really bummed that year because everyone I knew was going to AX. It was the first year I really, really wanted a table, and I still didn't get one.
Yeah. I kind of felt like butt this year because I, wasn't able to do AX.
Yeah.
I said I was cool with it, but, on some level I'm like, dang, I'm really missing out.
I mean, it never feels good. You only are able to come to terms with it. I don't think it ever feels great.
Yeah, maybe that's the right way of looking at it.
Because it's such a industry defining event, and even like, yeah, okay, sure, you can make bank there, but like it says something almost about your legitimacy.
That's how I feel about it.
As a career artist, right? So that's why it's never gonna feel good. But now I feel a lot better about it because I actually don't have the time to go to AX. So now that since I've given up on becoming a full-time career artist, I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And in some ways that feels a little better because I can be genuinely happy for, you know, the people that go and everything.
Yeah.
So each person their own arc.
I still pray for AX one day. Please.
Tabling there.
Yeah.
Well, I think everyone in this group has the chops. Just a matter of luck.
Yep. And that's a stat I don't have, so...
Oh no! Oh man. How do you do it, Tiri? Are you so fast? Like, I really want to take a few minutes break to play some Hoyoverse games right now. But it's not a good idea.
My game time is after we're done here, so I'm waiting to reward myself.
I did my dailies already.
Oh.
The first thing I do when I wake up, I do my dailies, I make coffee, I water my plants. Now it's time for work.
That's a great routine. I've been really sleep deprived lately, so I let myself sleep in, but then I woke up like right before stream, basically.
Oh, me too. So, yeah. Actually, I was having such a good sleep schedule streak, like, before I left for this trip. Like,
Oh no.
I was sleeping at, like, a good, midnight or so every night and waking up at, like, 8 in the morning. I was like, wow. I've never been this disciplined.
Oh my gosh.
And,
That's awesome.
I mean, I don't think I necessarily broken that. I just, you know, I was just tired from this trip. So hopefully I can still stay on a good schedule. I think
Totally.
good schedule is good because then the whole world is still available for you to do things. Because I used to be, or sometimes I'm like an ultra night owl, like awake, you know, active hours between, you know, 2 in the morning and 6 a.m. And like, you know, you can't do anything in the real world.
Yeah. There's just something feels good about just having your stuff done by the time it's night.
Yeah.
So, but it's really hard.
I think for me, I just have a certain sense of focus that I get at night that I like, you know? Maybe it's the quiet solitude, I suppose.
It's really good for art, which is kind of a bummer, because...
What are your work hours like these days? I mean, maybe that's too personal to talk about on stream.
Me? Or...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you. Are they like 9 to 5 type job?
No, so it's really seasonal. So I do remote admin work, and sometimes I assist with like on-site events and things like that. So some weeks I will just be working from like 11 a.m. to noon or 11 a.m. to 1, and it's fine. And then other weeks I am on site the entire week doing event assistance. So
you have to travel?
Travel, yeah.
Yeah.
So
wowzers. I love traveling. Traveling's so fun.
It's not fun.
Yeah,
It's what makes it way less fun too is I have to drive like group rental cars and stuff like that, and I hate driving. So that's the worst part of my job for sure, but I mean everything else is so cozy, I can't complain. And my boss is super good to me, so
I think for me, I actually do like traveling for the idea of work. It's just when you're traveling like every week, I think there's a certain level of exhaustion that comes from that like is painful, like very painful.
Totally. Yeah. that makes sense.
You know, like last year when I was traveling like every week, every other week to a con was like, oh.
Yeah.
After a while, I was like, I've had enough. I want to go home.
Absolutely. It's the hard.
But traveling once a month is like cool. I'm very happy with that.
What are you happy with?
Oh, traveling like once a month or so.
Mm.
That's like to me my happy rhythm. Because if I'm stuck at home for too long, I think I go a little crazy.
Ah, this is a
But
sweet
it's
spot
like-
for ya.
Yeah, but like if I can go every month, I feel like I can replenish my social battery a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Tiribrush? Are you a fan of being on the road?
No, not really. I like going to cons. I don't really enjoy the travel part of it though anymore. I'm snob now. I just wanna be home. I do like being at cons a lot though.
Do you have a favorite part about it, or just kind of like everything?
I get super inspired seeing other people's art at cons. So I always come back from
Aw.
conventions with like a billion ideas of what I'm gonna draw next and like a huge spike in desire to work.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So it's actually really good for my productivity to do cons. Plus, this isn't all of them. I go to cons a lot and then I don't know really anyone there and I just become a hermit and hide in my hotel room after Artist Alley. But sometimes when I actually know people, like at the con coming up for us, I need social interactions sometimes because I don't do that at home. I just hide. So that's good for me too.
Yeah, I'm not super
Yeah,
familiar with the schedule or things like that, but we should all definitely try to get like a meal together or something.
Yeah, we should. I agree.
You're just coming from home, yeah?
Yeah, I'm driving. Which is very nice in terms of my need to earn back a certain amount. Definitely helps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this trip to San Diego that me and Momo went on. Momo brought her car, and like, oh my gosh, it was so nice having a car at the con.
Totally.
I mean, because we stayed in an Airbnb that was like, I don't know, 30 minutes away, or not 30 minutes, but like 20 something minutes away. And like, what we would do is we would drive to one of the train stations and then park there because it was free, and then ride the train in every day.
Oh, okay.
But then otherwise, like, you know, we had the car to go and do stuff. So if we, you know, needed to go get groceries, which we only did once, but it was just nice.
Totally.
And I mean, we've done a couple have car cons, right, Tiri? Mostly in Utah. Well,
Yeah, whenever I
only in
drive.
Utah. Only in Utah. And
Did it feel different this time?
Wait, say it again, or ask the question again.
Oh, did it feel different this time? Like, you said it felt so nice having a car, so.
Oh, just because, like, normally, like, oh, we gotta call an Uber to go anywhere. Right?
Yeah.
And, like, now we had transportation freedom.
Yeah, that's true, because even at the Utah cons that I do drive to, usually it's like the hotel is like, you have to do valet, and if you move your car, you have to pay us. And so then I'm like, well, it's like I don't have a car because I'm not moving that the whole time while I'm here.
Yeah, what the heck? That's
So then we
weird.
Uber anyway. I just leave my car.
That's really weird.
Although, it's kind of... I think it was fine when we were in Utah the last time for Fan X. Was that the last time we did a con in Utah together? Fan X?
I think so, yeah.
That worked that time. We used all sorts of different methods, and I had my car.
Yeah, that's true too.
So that was fun being able to actually go and like enjoy the city like after the con. That was nice.
True.
I mean, it definitely helped that it was like my hometown. So like you know, we could go
You
and
knew things.
go around and stuff. So that's nice.
Going to
don't know.
Disneyland in the middle of the convention. Just kidding.
I just think it's nice to actually be able to enjoy the place where you're traveling to.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, that's part that I skip. I don't ever go anywhere or see anything. That one time we went to the zoo at TwitchCon was like the only time I've ever gone and done like anything else at a con. Oh, I guess we did go see that movie too. We went and saw Suzume at what was that, Anime Town, Utah?
Yeah. It's always
Oh.
times that you're with me and we have time.
Yeah. I don't ever do stuff without Marty.
Marty will
apparently.
drag you out to do things. It's so funny.
I don't know. It's like we only have so much time in our lives. Let's enjoy this time that we're spending together, okay?
Yeah.
not wrong.
Hey,
You're
totally
not
agree. Totally agree.
In a, and it's a good memory. See, we remember it now still.
Yeah.
True.
Versus if we just went back to the hotel, unless the hotel is like funny, like in North Dakota.
Oh my gosh.
I always tell people about the North Dakota hotel. That place
I've
was
not heard about the North Dakota
I do
hotel.
too. I love our anime Fargo memories.
So we went to this con in Fargo, North Dakota, basically kind of the middle of nowhere,
Okay.
and like, the part of the country where there's no elevation whatsoever, it's all flat, and the food was terrible. Every single dish we had, no matter if it was fast food or not, was
So bad.
basically inedible. It was terrible.
Oh my
It was
god.
so bad.
The only thing that was edible to Tiri was like a pancake.
Yeah, I had so
Oh.
many pancakes from Perkins that weekend. Just like, oh, I'm gonna survive off pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
no.
went to Panda Express and it was like the worst thing I've ever eaten. And I was like,
Wow.
this is a national chain. Don't they have like suppliers from all over the country? Like what happened here? I just think that part of the country is kind of food cursed.
People just don't eat in North Dakota.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there would probably a fine restaurant somewhere, but we struck out every single time we tried to get something. Anyway, that was just one part of it. But no, this con was absolutely tiny. It was so small. The expo hall was like a meeting room in the hotel,
Wow.
and like it was just
It was
so
so
intimate.
endearing.
Yeah, it was so intimate. Everyone was so nice. They had like booths out of like the hotel rooms. Like you would go to all the floors, and some of the rooms were converted into like maid cafes and like escape rooms and like a Pokemon like something. Like it was so cool. I have a video of it.
Yeah, you'd just be walking down like the regular hotel room halls, and then all of a sudden you'd stumble upon a door that was propped open, and all the furniture had been removed from the room, and it was a medieval like fantasy tavern.
Huh.
And you're like, wow.
So like it blew my mind. I was like, this is so endearing and so intimate and special to the people here, And I'm like, I wish I could go to more cons like this. It felt so like everyone was just so happy to be there.
Yeah, it really did. It was
And
awesome.
we broke even.
We
Hey.
did. We did not lose money going to this little con. I would have totally gone back too, but this year it's the exact same weekend as FanX, and
Aw.
I'm sorry, Anime Fargo, I'm going with FanX.
Yeah.
That's really cute though.
Yeah. So, I mean, at some point we were saying we should do more of these tiny cons, but we also have struck out at tiny cons too, so.
They're
yeah,
not
it's kinda
always a good idea.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing where we've decided we'll do it if like both of us go, because then you at least have somebody to like commiserate with and help keep expenses low and stuff
yeah,
like that. But
totally.
it's a little bit too much of a risk if you're all on your own.
Oh, absolutely.
I think
Yeah.
I would feel the same for an international type con. I think it'd be good to go to another country, like, not solo.
Yes.
Oh,
I
yes.
think I would completely agree.
If we ever do that fabled Singapore convention, you know.
You guys should go to Singapore.
Yeah, there was some con we went to where this dude was like, "Oh, you guys should go to Singapore." We were like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, like it's good. Like just go, dude. Like the money's good." We were like,
We're
"You
so
don't
small.
mean to do that. What are you talking about?"
It was so funny. Like, I would love to, but that sounds really expensive.
Yeah.
Or Germany,
Maybe
you know,
one day.
they have what Dokomi
Dopamine.
there.
Yeah.
Germany'd be cool. I know you have a beef with Germany. For one person in the German airport.
Oh my gosh, that guy was so mean to me for no reason. Oh my gosh. It's fine.
What
It's the
happened?
one guy. Hopefully I don't run
Customs
into him again. Yeah, so my husband and I went to Italy this year, and on our way back, we had a layover in Munich. And so when we got off the plane, we didn't actually have to go through like customs since we weren't staying in Germany, but we still had to go through like a little passport check before they let us into the international side, I guess, of the airport.
Yeah,
and so we're standing in line, and there's two guys working there. And there's one person in front of us in line, and then both of the guys have a person with them. And then this angry man, he opens up, and so the person in front of us walks forward, and basically one of the guys was for international passports, and one of the guys was for like I can't remember if it was European. I think it was European passports. And so this person walks up and he yells at them because they have a US passport, not a European passport. And they're like, "Oh, okay, maybe I'll go back in line." He's like, "No, you're already here," like yelling at them. And so I'm watching this go down, and I'm like, "Okay, noted. Don't go over to that guy because he is not the passport for me. Like, I that's wrong." And so he finishes up before the other person does, and like motions for me to come forward, and I was like, "No." And he yelled at me for not coming forward, and I was like, "I have the wrong passport." And he's like, "If I call you, you come." And I was like, "Oh." So I got in trouble for following the rules.
Yo,
it was ridiculous.
I mean, customs like people working in that area have always been ornery, so
They probably just deal with too much crap during the day.
yeah.
But I'm scared of him now. I don't want to see that guy again.
Oh man. Yeah, customs have been mean to like a lot of people I know for no perceived reason.
I just witnessed someone get in trouble for having the same passport as me. I'm not gonna walk forward, and then I get in trouble for not walking forward. I tried.
You tried your best.
Oh my gosh, I like Chingy too much. This is too hard. I can't draw characters I like.
Oh, really?
If I like a character too much, I'm like suck at drawing all of a sudden because I don't know. It gets in my head and I want to do them justice and then I can't.
I kind of feel like it's the same for me as well, so you're not alone. That's for sure.
I'm much better at drawing characters. If I don't like a character too much, that messes with me too. But if I'm like neutral to a character, I'm much better at drawing them. If I love them too much, it's a struggle.
I haven't decided if I'm better at drawing them or if I just don't notice the mistakes as much.
True. Fair. That's a good point. I wonder. I feel like I made her look like she has a bowl cut. What is happening?
It's just because she has harsh bangs, though.
It's true.
I want to play a video game. I don't want to work anymore. This is why I have you guys here.
Oh, I see what I did.
Stay motivated, or I'll punish you.
Eh?
That wouldn't be fair to the rest of the class.
Teacher Marty. I've like had this idea that won't leave my head about doing a drawing workshop next EmblemCon. But every time I think about like the curriculum and what I would cover, I just get so intimidated. I'm like, ugh, I don't want to do this.
What would you do?
And do an intermediate workshop about light and color.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. So mostly about like how to get from the more beginner stages where you like use airbrush for everything.
Pops.
And how to like balance hard versus soft shades and use I don't know, reflective lighting versus, you know, deeper color and moving the hue wheel when you shade, etc. Like But then when I think about like, oh yeah, you have to do like an hour of content and be engaging to people. It's like,
Rough.
You ever been in like a teaching setting, like personally?
I had no idea. Probably not.
I remember for
You would
me,
attend. I'm ready to learn since.
for me, like I used to think I was like a good teacher. Like I used to get really excited. You know, preparing lesson plans for like church and stuff.
Aww.
And like I remember this one time I got so excited. Like I brought like a projector and I made like, you know, all this plan and like all this writing, and then I showed up and did my thing, and then everybody was so quiet and I got like incredibly nervous.
Oh no.
I never came back.
Oh no. But was it because it was bad, or was it just because
It's
people are
because
not...
people don't have attention. I don't think it was personal to me.
I mean, people are not usually excited about church content. This is why pastors have a very hard life.
Fair.
Yeah. So, oh well.
Aw.
I shouldn't have
would
taken
be a
personally.
bad
I was
teacher.
a much younger Marty then.
But I think you would be a good teacher. You strike me as the type.
I try.
I think you're good at teaching me. Marty has taught me so much stuff about art.
Oh yeah?
It's true.
How so?
Marty is the only reason I know how to do half of what Clip Studio Paint is capable of doing. I didn't even know how to use the liquefy tool before I met Marty.
Wow.
I never learned. I just started drawing and was like, okay. Here we go.
A true game changer, the liquefy tool.
Yeah, genuinely though.
Like, actually.
I use it so often, especially because I suck at faces. It's like the worst part for me to draw.
I use it a lot for hair.
Oh, really?
Draw a line, then liquefy it to where I want it to be.
It's a good idea. I find it makes my lines look fuzzy, so I usually don't like using it for hair.
Well, I do it on the sketch layer, but I don't know if you keep your sketch. I delete my sketch, so it doesn't matter.
Got it. That makes sense then. The tail! I think her hair is... Okay. Well, is she done? I can't tell.
She looks really good.
Thank you.
You know, I tell people that the Huo Huo story was the last time I really, really, really liked Star Rail.
Oh, really?
I don't know. It made me happy.
It was just
I
a
like
little
Huo Huo.
silly Ghostbusters thing. It was kind of fun.
I thought it was fantastic. It was like
Aw.
it gave a lot of the characters all the moments that they really needed. I think
Yeah.
the Luofu first gen characters, you know. And it was
Oh.
like centered around Huo Huo, who is a very endearing little character. She was cute,
Mm-hmm.
and it was good times. I thought it was like a perfect little story with, you know, stakes that weren't really all that high. It's fine. They're just having a good time.
That actually does make me think, though, maybe another reason we don't feel like Penacony was as good is none of the events, they're so NPC or clocky focused. They don't actually help
Yeah.
us build relationships with any of the characters. That's a good point.
Oh, I haven't
Yeah.
done any of the events, so I couldn't even
It
tell you
was
that.
very NPC. Yeah,
Really
I agree.
NPC heavy.
I have that problem with Genshin a lot too. I'm like, why am I talking to this random NPC child who I don't care about?
Genshin
I
is
want to
definitely
talk
the...
to the. Yeah.
I think NPC impact can be fine. It's just like how they are used, right? It's like if they can make the character compelling and then have a character we care about take away something valuable from it, you know? I think balancing those things can make it work. You know? I've had a lot of Genshin events that I really, really liked.
Really?
Oh yeah. Mm.
I don't care about the events as much in Genshin, to be honest.
I don't care
Wow.
about the NPCs. That's gonna sound so mean, but I don't.
I don't
like them.
either.
Me, my concept is that the NPCs can tell stories that a lot of the main characters can't, because of their nature of being like characters who can have a fully fleshed out story arc that we follow, right? And so the interesting dynamic that comes in is like, how can we see, you know, one of our main characters, you know, like one of the gacha characters, like respond to that, you know? And I don't know. It's all about execution to me.
I think I agree when the story that we're learning from the NPC matters in any way besides just like, oh yeah, anyway, so that was that guy, moving on. Like Rue's story had a lot of lore and importance behind it, so that was fine with me that it was
Yeah, and it was like well
focused.
integrated into the exploration, right? I think.
But I
think
feel like a lot of it, and this is more for world quests than it is for events, but events get this a little bit too. We'll meet a random NPC who has like some random story or problem in their very localized area that doesn't have anything to do with lore or any of the playable characters, and we just come in, we fix their problem for them, and then the characters are like, wow, what a nice guy, we learned that he's pretty cool, and then we move on, and I don't like those. Oh, another good NPC is Dunyarzad. I love her because her story mattered to the main quest and also just like was emotionally super compelling.
And she was like a central part of like Dia and Nahida's story arcs. Right?
Yeah, she wasn't a throwaway NPC. She was like actually important. I liked that a lot.
I think the more that they can incorporate characters like that would be. I mean, yeah, people like those characters, right?
I wish more NPCs were like that. I really like Dunyarzad.
It would be great if Genshin was more open to the idea of like, you know, promoting some of these NPCs to like real characters. You know,
that would be cool.
I would like that.
Well, that's what Jiaochu was, and look what they did with him. So
wait, he was an NPC.
I believe he was. I believe he originally had an NPC model.
Oh, interesting.
Did he?
I think so.
I saw people comparing him to an NPC model that was wearing a very similar outfit, but I didn't know that was supposed to be him.
Okay, maybe
that's what it is. Maybe it's just someone who
looks like his brother.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to have that happen. You know, like the gatekeeper in 3 houses.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
just some dude, and then suddenly people get really attached to him, and then they get a place in the canon. I love that. I think people.
I think that is cool. I wonder if we have any NPCs that fit that though. That would be
That could do that.
that could become playable characters. Because like as
think
much as I
there's-
love
there's,
Dunya, I wouldn't say she needs to be become a playable
What's the name of that
character.
girl from the Aranara quest?
Oh, Rana.
Yeah, and then there's Jet, right?
Oh yeah, I hate Jet.
I know you don't like Jet, but
I hate Jet.
Oh,
like,
really?
as a character, she could very easily become like a playable character, right?
She could.
Yo, I love Jet.
Sorry, Luna.
No, but I love her for a very silly reason. It's just, you're a traitor, I'm gonna kill you. Okay, based. I too am vengeful and spiteful, so she spoke to me.
That's so funny.
There was a character like that in Honkai 3. Her name's Susanna. She was literally like had an NPC model and everything. I mean, she like had a design from like the manga and stuff. But like, yeah, it was like an NPC, and then slowly she got like a model that was just an edit of another character, and then she finally got her own character and like was one of the major characters in the story arc. You know, it was just so nice to see like the character progression, like
The glow up.
cool.
you know, just like the total glow up. Like it feels good, and you come to really like, I was there for that, you know.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name. What was the NPC in the chasm?
Oh,
It started,
it
her
was like-
name
it was something
like-
Chinese, right?
Shang or something like that. It started with a Z, I think. I don't remember her name though.
Yeah.
I actually really liked her, and I wanted
It was
her
cool,
to
and then she died, kinda
maybe.
disappeared.
I haven't done the last quest because I learned that she disappears, and she's one of the few NPCs I really like. So she's just forever in my
Yeah,
world.
she was compelling. I
won't
haven't
do that
done any of
quest.
the Fontaine ones, so I couldn't tell you if
I
there are
don't
any
care about the
good.
Fontaine NPCs, but I also have unpopular opinions about Fontaine as a whole.
Yeah, what are those spicy opinions?
I don't think Fontaine was very peak. A lot of people think it's like the best writing in Genshin, and I kind of dislike Fontaine.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
I don't think
Right?
it was that good.
I thought you liked Fontaine.
No,
Enough.
I liked the first Archon quest, like the first act. I thought started out really, really strong, and then it lost all of its momentum in the prison arc, and then it kind of came back. But I think it had a really emotional ending, which I liked. But then when I stop and think about everything that came before it, I think it was really half-baked, actually.
I think
I like
problem
Sumeru
with-
significantly
with,
more.
My problem with Fontaine is that it's like too focused on just the Archon, like, which is fine from the idea of like, you know, she is the main character of it. But I think I would have liked like a more balanced cast, you know.
Yeah. I think Navia got really good writing in Fontaine.
Navia was
but I
great.
think
I have
a lot of other characters got kind of.
I loved Navia, but it was like we didn't really get to see the motivations of so many others who were there. You know, I feel like the characters who got fleshed out in the Archon quest were like Linny, Navia, Farina, and Nuvolette, right? Just those 4 characters. And I mean,
Yeah.
I guess Risley had his thing going on, but he's kind of just
He's just
doing
there.
his job, I guess. Like, he never has his emotional moment, right?
He's not
Yeah.
even there anymore. He's stuck in jail. Rerun jail.
Yup.
Yeah, and like, I think that's the thing, is that it's very satisfying when every character not only appears but gets like an emotional moment that changes them as a person, right?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
And yeah, I hope to see that.
Yeah,
I
I
think-
absolutely loved Fontaine, but I completely agree. It just so happens that the only people I liked in Fontaine were Nervalet and Farida, so it's like, great!
Yeah, no, I
Three
think the
patch
people are
long
very-
Nervalet and Farida character quest. I'm
Yeah, that
having a
was
great
my
time.
problem. I actually don't like most of the Fontaine characters, or I don't know enough about them. I like Navia, and I love Farina, and I like Nouvelette. I didn't
Because
care
they gave
for
us, like,
Linny and
their-
his siblings. I actually don't really like Linny very much. Chlorinde is like cool, but who is she? Who
I don't
are
think-
you?
And, like, her story quest doesn't really clear that up, right? I mean, I didn't do it, but I just know it's them chilling and doing D&D, right?
Yeah, I haven't done it either, but that's what I heard too. That it didn't
Which is cool.
really have much to say.
I want to know what her motivations are. You know what I thought was really good was the Siegewein quest. I really
Haven't
like
Oh, I
heard
haven't done
anything
that yet,
about
no
one. Was
spoilers.
it good?
the Siegewein quest.
I heard
mean,
it was
I didn't
amazing.
like really play through it. I got like, you know, all the good parts. I watched all the good parts, and like it goes into her motivations and her history, and like deals with her dealing with her job and stuff like that, and it's very personal to her. And it has like really cute animations that go with it really well. Like the Siegewein quest was fantastic. That was like perfect.
Okay, that's good to know. I haven't done it, and I haven't heard anything about it, but
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that it
Like
was good.
Siegewein is a very compelling character, which I found kind of funny.
That's really funny, because she was very background again, like Risley and Chlorinde, just like not really doing much, just kind
Yeah.
of there.
That was the good thing, right? It was like when Siegewein's moment came up in her own story, they made it like matter,
Mm-hmm.
That's good. I'm glad.
and that's what I like. That's what I like to see.
That's funny because right as you started talking about Siegewein, the emotional sad song from Fontaine started playing.
That's funny.
Did you do any of that, Luna?
I have so many character quests to go through. I've played a good chunk of the Chimera ones. And I played Nervalettes. I loved Nervalettes a lot.
He's a great character.
And
He's a good character.
but I haven't done any of the Fontaine ones because I was catching up on the Chimera ones.
For me, I already know I'm not ever going to do them, so I just watch them on YouTube.
Oh, that's fair. Totally based.
You know, it's like, okay, I know this is gonna take time for me to like really boot into the game and get immersed, and I know the immersion is good, but
Too much.
yeah, I'm just gonna watch that on YouTube, bro.
Totally. The one I'm really looking forward to that I haven't done yet is Arlecchino's. I know nothing about
Haven't
this
done
character.
hers
I was
either.
like gone when all the hype around her was building.
So, I was technically still playing when her quest came out, but I got it. How do I say this without spoiling it? Have
Oh,
you
you
watched
did
much of their YouTube stuff?
Oh, I saw the animated
Yeah.
short, if that's what you're
If
talking
you
Okay,
saw
yeah,
the
so
animated short, that was everything you need to know.
about. Okay.
Yeah, and knowing that killed my motivation to do the quest, so then I never did it.
Oh, really?
Because I was like, well, I don't really want to go sit through like a 7 or 8 hour long Genshin quest when I already know the important part. I guess bye. I
in my
stopped playing the
opinion,
game entirely.
The way they should have done it is that they should have put the cutscene in the quest,
Yeah.
like the way that Honkai does it. You know, Honkai 3. Just like at the peak of like the emotion where she's like, okay, I'll finally tell you what's going on. Like if you imagine that cutscene playing there, would have been so satisfying. It would have been so good. But yeah, they didn't. It was right there, Mihoyo.
It's true, but at the same time, the quests that have to do with introducing a new weekly boss have never been particularly written that well. So my expectations are pretty low. I just thought it'd be cool because I was not huge on the Arlecchino hype, but I like her as a villain. I think she's very fun as a villain.
Yeah, I like her as a villain too.
I liked the Raiden second story quest.
Oh, I loved
I thought that
uh
I thought that was solid.
I thought it was so good, the second story quest for
I don't
Raiden.
remember
A lot of
that
people,
one.
I guess
I
I
never
have an
did the Nahida one,
unpopular.
so I can tell you about.
I think I have an unpopular Inazuma opinion because besides the pacing, it's actually probably my favorite out of all of Genshin so far.
I'm an Inazuma apologist too. I won't say I think it's the best, but I do actually like Inazuma.
I
It's
might
probably
fight
tied
you
with
both on
Sumeru
that
for
one.
I think it's tied with Sumeru for me, and I admit it has really bad pacing. Very bad pacing. But
Mhm.
again, like I do with Star Rail, in a vacuum, if you just look at what the story is and how it's written and not necessarily how it's presented, it is peak.
What was your Inazuma opinion, Luna?
Hated it, every bit of it.
No!
I'm sorry. Because so here's the thing is to me as somebody who loves writing, right? To me, I cannot gauge execution and content separately from each other. Because to me, you can have really ultra basic, non-creative things executed very well and you end up with a really good story, such as Boku no Hero Academia. It's not really my cup of tea anime-wise, but I acknowledge I think it's a very well-executed story.
Yeah, I think it is too.
However, Inazuma had a lot of potential, but not only were the main stories bad, so many of the character quests that were not Raiden's were bad.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I don't like the character quest. Like, Kokomi's quest was garbage.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
Kokomi's quest was
Okay, okay.
bad.
So
I said
bad.
Yoimiya. I was gonna throw hands.
Oh, no. Yoimiya's was okay.
Yoimiya's was the best one, actually.
It was just cute and about, like, it was fine.
Yeah.
I hated Kokomi's quest, though. But
It-
I think I liked... I don't know. I'm also, like, a huge stickler for good writing, so this is actually very interesting that we both would have, like, polar opposite opinions on this. I
Mhm.
think I would rather have... How do I put this? I'm trying to think how to word this. I agree that presentation is, like, a huge part of storytelling, but maybe I just am an apologist for MiHoYo. But I
Well-
think that you can still have a really, really good story, even if you're not good at presenting it, as long as all of the information given makes sense and, like, isn't cringe or, like, I don't know, it works together. And for me, since everything I see is poorly written half the time, I still appreciate when things are at least good, even if they have bad pacing.
So
That's how I
this
mean,
might
I would say
actually
that-
be the linchpin of our decision. Did you like Tepe?
I like
No,
Tepe.
I did not like Tepe.
I like
And you
Tepe.
still thought it was good? Interesting.
I love
Because-
Tepe. I sobbed for him.
Oh, I did not care about him whatsoever. He
I
died, and
liked
I was
him a
like,
lot.
okay, fine, goodbye, man. No, because for me, I think everything surrounding Kokomi was, like, very poorly presented, like, very, very, very poorly presented. So maybe I kind of rewrote the whole Tepe part where we were in, like, Swordfish 2 in my
It's
own
so
head. But that part was awful, and I do, like, admit
I get
that.
so sentimental about Swordfish 2. That's me, the captain of Swordfish 2.
You're
I thought it was
weird,
really
Marty.
stupid. I thought it was bad.
It was really unearned was my problem with it. And not
I
only
agree.
that, but I think it so here my core issue with Inazuma is in their desire to make Raiden more universally marketable by basically redeeming all of her flaws or trying to justify her decisions, they made a very weak story. It
This
would
I
have
agree.
actually been better if they'd been like, you really screwed up, now you have a super divided nation, instead of like, oh yeah, okay, she came out of sleep and
You're like,
now
"Oh,
we're
I'm
all
sorry,
okay
Queen."
now.
I'm sorry you were depressed, Queen. I didn't know.
yeah, exactly. That's what it felt like. And then it's not only that, but like, oh yeah, the Sokoku decree, which would have resulted in like uncontestable, crazy amount of national trauma and trust broken in the authorities. Oh yeah, whatever. Just like, yeah, it doesn't
Yeah, they kinda
happen.
swept it under
Everyone
the
can
rug.
just
And
use
that
their
didn't-
visions.
I don't think that sat well with me.
It was
I
so
think there's
bad.
still a lot of, like, tension in Inazuma, though. I don't think that it's all just fine. I think it was presented that way for Raiden, but a lot of the NPCs and people around the world are, like, not okay with.
Yeah, they still
Things.
got beef, right?
They
Well,
still
they-
got beef. So it didn't get like totally resolved and swept under the rug. It made
Yeah.
it so that Raiden has a chance to be redeemed, and in the eyes of like obviously the player, she is redeemed. But
Yeah.
not necessarily in the eyes of her nation, at least yet.
But the problem is that none of that conflict is presented in major content. So like
Yes, I
You-
do agree with that.
you don't have to face any. You don't have an event where it's like, hey, Inazuma broke out in civil war. We have to go help the shogun, right?
Yeah, it was like
bring peace.
we went. They had the Iridori festival.
Yeah,
You know?
and like
I did
everyone's
not like that
fine.
festival either. I thought that was stupid.
So that's why I was like,
Like,
it
what
doesn't
happened to
matter
all the
to me
trauma
if they
here?
think that there's trauma or tension in the country, because from what I see as a player or a viewer, there is none. You haven't shown me
it was,
any.
like totally dissonant. You know.
I think that's fair. Maybe I would say I think Raiden's story and her part in the Archon quest is my favorite.
It's good.
And
Yeah.
the events in Inazuma and like other stuff and Kokomi is not good. But Raiden specifically is my favorite story in all of Genshin.
I like
Raiden has a lot of
Pokemon.
good moments, but yeah,
I like her so much, and I like her story so much.
Yeah. So, I think they were trying to find their footing at that time. They were, because like if you compare Inazuma to Liyue and Mondstadt, that are basically a whole lot of nothing. Like, they were really trying to push their boundaries there, and
yeah.
they learned a lot. I think they definitely learned a lot from it. So, in the context of like the journey of Genshin as a whole, I think they took a lot away from it, and I'm glad that they tried there. You know.
Yeah. And I think that's
And
Mm.
oh no, what are you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say my main problem with Inazuma is that I understand, okay, time limit. You can't go back and like rewrite everything you just did. But I was like, there's actually quite a few minor changes that to me would vastly improve the story. For example, I actually think they should have replaced Teppei with Goro, because Goro did nothing the whole story.
I would agree with that.
Not
yes.
only
I think
that,
would
it
be a good
would-
change.
It would make the stakes so much more real for Kokomi and the player. And if you're like, okay, we don't want to just like we don't want to age Goro like 50 years on his model. That's like so annoying. I'm like, I agree. So make him start losing his sanity, because that will actually be scarier for the player and for Kokomi, right?
Yeah, and he didn't have to die.
Yeah. So
He
that's
still
why
just had to go
it's
through like some kind of war trauma arc.
yeah. That's
That
why
would've-
it's just
That
like
would've been cool.
that was the season of Genshin. They were too enamored with their NPCs. Everything in Inazuma was around an NPC. It was so weird. They
So
refused to use their
true.
playables.
Yeah, I do agree with that. That's part of why I didn't like Teppei. I thought he was dumb.
Poor
Yeah.
Teppei. He did nothing wrong. It's just like, you're just not playable, my guy. I'm sorry.
Like I said, I don't mind Teppei. I like him, but I think I agree with you. It could have been a role for a character, and he didn't like him dying. I don't think was necessary to motivate the traveler per se.
hmm
Yeah.
They were already motivated.
Yeah, I agree.
In fact, the whole resistance arc just felt very silly to me. I was like, you guys don't feel like a resistance. You feel like a bunch of kids in a playground.
Yeah, I thought that it was very like babyfied, I guess. It was
yeah.
like very silly, funny, goofy resistance. And I was like, what is happening? What is this?
I guess that's what happens when you make one a dog and another a mermaid. You just can't take it seriously
When you
at
put
that
it
point.
that way.
Well, even like, I don't know, just the whole Swordfish 2 part was like, what are we doing here? Kokomi doesn't even know us. Why are we
Yeah.
like suddenly a leader of one of her squads? Like,
It's so
'Cause you're
bizarre.
so cool. You're the coolest rover.
No, it's not just you're the coolest rover. I'm like, I don't necessarily believe what these people believe. Why am I fighting for them? What does this have to do with anything? I just didn't get it.
I do agree with that. We like started started Inazuma being like, we're sick of helping every place we go, like, get over their problems.
Yeah.
And then we go from that to like, oh, we're now the captain of Kokomi's gang. Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Well,
So weird.
We needed more time to change our mind.
I felt like that was the point of the Yoimiya and the Ayaka story quest, was like the traveler to soften their heart to like, actually maybe I do care about these people's lives. Now if you don't care about NPCs, then so it is. But at least for me, I thought it was like, especially Yoimiya's, it was like spending time just seeing the normal lives of people and how it was impacted by the Sakoku decree and everything, or the Vision Hunt decree. I was like,
I agree. But I think becoming the captain of a military resistance from a lady we like just met and doesn't know anything about us, and we don't know anything about her, was the part that kind of happened too quickly. It was believable that we would change our mind because of Ayaka and Yoimiya, but not believable enough that we would immediately go like join the resistance.
well, for me in that, it was like we didn't have the strength to fight Raiden, right? And so it was like trying to figure out how they were going to make their angle of approach to launch like an assault on Inazuma City. You know, that's how I felt about it. And also just the fact that our good pal Kazuha and Beidou were like involved in that. You know,
I did like that they showed up. I think maybe
like,
it would have been
naturally like, you know, okay, these are the people who want to like prove a point to Raiden, and so we spend 3 months with them in like the resistance
and
army.
the salt mines.
It's just the fact that we didn't really like they didn't have time of showing like being with the resistance army for very long, you know? Even if they said it was
yeah.
They said it was like, I don't know, a month or whatever. But for us functionally as players, it feels like we were there for like 5 minutes, you know?
Yeah, and that was part of the pacing problem for
That's
sure.
that's a misread of storytelling genre, or not storytelling genre, medium. That's a misread of the medium. You can't do time skips like you can in books or movies. In games, you just can't do it.
Not without like at least like some sort of montage to visually
or like you have to
passing
like
of time.
finish up a story arc of some kind to indicate the passage of time, right? Like there has to be some kind of finality to what you were doing to feel like okay, something else is happening now.
Do you think that's why they learned the wrong lesson and did the prison arc in Fontaine where you had to do like 7 days of work?
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
maybe.
It's so funny because on the other hand, like Fontaine actually felt like you'd spent 30 days in a prison.
I know, I was like, I was in here for a year.
You know?
Well, my frustration was that wasn't necessarily, I mean, it definitely contributed to it, but wasn't necessarily the amount of time and like random odd jobs we had to do that down there. But it was that at the end, absolutely none of it mattered, and it was all a red herring, and all of the rumors had nothing to do with what we were doing, and it was all for naught. And that frustrated me
I just
immensely.
What were we supposed to do there? We were supposed to like figure out some kind of like crime or something, right?
We were trying to investigate yeah, like rumors or something.
The weird Fatui.
Yeah,
what they were
and
planning.
then in the end it was like, oh, it had nothing to do with anything. Anyway, moving on. Child's over here. I was like, what the hell?
Oh right, it was like child disappeared. Can you go find him?
Yeah.
And then he wasn't even there.
It was so frustrating. I was so mad when that happened. I was like, this was all for nothing.
Like the whole time he was off fighting the whale.
So the funny thing is, since I binged the whole story, my read on that arc was actually had nothing to do with Child.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, this is setting up through Fremene's discovery that the primordial sea levels are rising. Everything about that arc is all
I
shiny
suppose that's exactly it. It's like it's not about the thing you came there for. It's about learning what the purpose of the prison was.
But that being said, I think if I had played through the story patch by patch, and that was the story I got after waiting for like a month or two, I would be so mad. Because it really is different when you binge something versus when when it's rolling out live. It's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because you're like, okay, what's this leading to? Or you're like left
I have
with
the whole
cliffhanger that
context
sucks.
at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're left with a cliffhanger that like sucks, then you're just like, so then what? You know?
Yeah. Well, it was so much like back and forth manual labor fetch quests run all over the place, specifically about Child, only for it to not be about Child.
And like
It's
the way
what?
the version trailer set it up was like, okay, we're gonna go explore like that like institute with the floating cubes and stuff, and like we just spent the entire story update in the prison.
Yeah.
And it was
Man,
like
I hated it.
it was like, that's it? Like there's a whole region to explore, and all we did was go into town and go to prison.
The single worst Genshin Impact Archon quest ever.
Yeah.
So I think that in the future, if they want to do things like time passing, did either of you guys play the alchemy event where you were helping with Lisa and Jean?
I don't think I did.
Did you
That
play
was recent, wasn't it?
Did you play the museum event in Bellabog with Star Rail?
Yeah.
So this was basically that, but in Genshin, and it was
Is this
really well
recent?
designed. It was really fun.
What was this, like recent or something?
I think it was really recent. Yeah,
It was decently recent. Clearly, because it was after I had gone back to the game, so it had to be pretty recent. But I actually think if they want time to pass, like let's say Swordfish or whatever, fine. You're just in a manager sim for a few days. It's gonna piss off some people, but it's not gonna be as pissy as like sprint all the way across the jail to interact with one button once, and then sprint all the way back to go to bed, and then keep doing this, right? At least you're doing some kind of gameplay, even if it's not like the core one that you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's again the visual passing of time.
Yeah, and it felt like time was passing. I was like, wow, by the end of that, I felt like I really spent a few months making a small business. That's so crazy. Because it only took a few hours. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good type of event for them to use to try to pass time.
Yeah.
What do they call that? Ludo narrative? It's like the way that the gameplay elements like feed into the storyline, you know?
Oh.
If they feel like congruent, then it's very satisfying. But if they feel like they don't fit, then they call that ludonarrative dissonance.
Interesting. The museum was a lot of fun and is permanent. That's how I felt about the Sumeru Dream time loop arc. That's why I hated the beginning of Sumeru so much. The time loop was so
I cried.
And I actually really liked all of Sumeru.
No way!
Kiara was so
I think
bad,
you're-
though. Oh my gosh, a friend.
I
of
think
mine
you're
was
fine if you
so
didn't like
pissed.
it, because it is like, you know, a time loop arc. But it's, you know, to me, I like those kind of things.
You guys are weird.
I think it was my first real time loop arc too, which, you know, makes it a bit different because I hadn't experienced that in a different game before.
For me, it was the fact that it was all in a cutscene environment, so you couldn't do anything. You were actually stuck in the dream. And it was for so long, it was for hours and hours, and then he just like, what are you thinking? And you have to do a logic puzzle that makes no sense when it's localized. Like, it's just all the logic puzzles in Genshin are really poorly designed. None of them make any sense.
Yeah, I don't like those.
It gives me new appreciation because I've played like every Ace Attorney game. And they're silly, but they make logical sense. The choices make logical sense.
Oh, that's right. Like the way you put together the logic puzzle was like,
They're so
how would I
bad.
have come to this conclusion?
Well, the thing that also threw me off with Fontaine, like I eventually learned what they were looking for, but it's not how a trial should go. Because in a trial, you're not supposed to be offering biased answers all the way up front, or like trying to ask leading questions and things like that. That's really bad, like trial behavior.
Well, I think that was on purpose because there's a lot of emphasis put on how unfair and ridiculous Fontaine's trials were and how they were more for the spectacle than actually for justice.
That's
At least that's what I
true.
took from it.
That's true, but at the same time, they didn't make any effort to really convey that to the player. They presented it like a normal logic puzzle. So it took me a
That's
moment to
true.
be like, oh, okay, so this actually has nothing to do with logic puzzles and everything to do with we have to pick evidence that matches the preconceived narrative we've already done instead of looking at the evidence and asking, what does this tell us, right? So I was
That's
like,
very
oh
true.
my gosh.
The thing is, for me, I feel like it's part of that is because they don't trust their players to understand the story.
Yeah, they
So
really
they
don't.
They don't want people to actually have to like put together the mystery. You
This
know?
is why Paimon sums everything else up for us too. It's because they don't trust the viewer to think.
The most egregious choice to me was I don't know if you guys remember, but I think it's the first case where you look at a girl's clothes and like a bunch of puddles and you have to link that with the missing disappearances. Oh, clearly girls have been getting dissolved by water. I'm like, this is the stupidest conclusion I ever come to. You would be held for, what is it, contempt of court for just making that suggestion.
Yeah, I thought that was
Kicked
pretty
out.
stupid too.
Kicked out by the bailiff because, oh, of course, I guess it could maybe make sense. That's just a hypothesis. That's not something you should be presenting in court. Or if it is, it's something that the traveler, Lumine, has to be like, this is ridiculous. However, this is Fontaine, and they seem to like ridiculous stuff. So let's take some pressure off of Linny by offering this, right? That's what you have to do in a situation like that.
Yeah, that would have made so much more sense. This is a lot of the problems that I had with Fontaine.
Yeah, where instead Lumine is, where Lumine's actually 5D chessing everybody, and she's like, I know these are ridiculous. However, this is how we win.
Yeah. Silly.
It was very silly. I just wish they would stop dealing with logic puzzles, because either they're not very logical or they just don't know how to design them.
Well, maybe Natlan will not be like that.
Natlan's, I expect Natlan to basically, they looked at Power Worlds when it released and they were like, shoot, that was really popular. Let's do a take
my
on
gosh.
Power Worlds.
No, that's the vibes I'm getting too, and I'm so upset about it.
I'm convinced that's when their team made the decision to make Natlan like a Pokemon World, was by seeing Power World success.
Oh my gosh.
When did Power World come out?
I don't know actually.
Ages ago. 3 years.
I feel not like last year.
I don't remember.
Well, thank you guys for staying in call and putting up with my ranting, because I'm actually a lot more focused than any other day this week.
That's good. I'm glad.
I'm trying to decide, should I close Jiachu's eyes in this charm or keep them open? I feel like I should close them.
I would close them.
Yeah. I thought
He's,
about
like, got
doing
his
it.
eyes closed like 90% of the time, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, I feel like the
do
optimal
one
solution
eye
is to have them open on one side and closed on the other, but the problem with that is the ink will bleed through on the closed side.
It's not too bad. That's a lot of my charms do that. I
Oh,
have
really?
them closed on one side and open on the other, and usually it's not too much of an issue. I mean, if you hold them up to like a window, yeah, you can see through it, but
Maybe
for the
I'll
most
do
part, it's
that
not too bad.
then. Okay.
I usually, what's it called? I ask for... Damn, I forget the...
Extra white?
Yeah, I ask for double white. And it usually is fine. I mean, you can see it a little bit. It's not perfect, but people are fine with it.
I think they usually like the variety more than the...
Yeah.
Man, I'm one of those weird few people who was so excited for Jiachu, and my soul just got repeatedly crushed with every nerf.
That's
Because
so
again, I didn't roll
painful.
for Acheron, right? So just watching him become more and more like, don't roll for this guy unless you want Acheron's bitch. It's just so sad.
No, it's so sad. Yeah, I was watching the spectacle being like, oof. Sorry, boy mains.
I know. And Mose's a 4-star.
Yep. He kind of looks cool though. His, I don't know if I like his hood very much, but I think he looks cool.
He looks super cool. Maybe hot take. I think he looks like a 5-star and Lingsha looks like a 4-star. Lingsha's design is very plain to me.
It looks a little better on her model, like actually 3D, but yeah, I kind of agree.
I gotta look at Lingsha again.
I still don't like it on her model because to me the problem with it is not the quality, it's the lack of color. And
She's
to
very
me there's not
monochromatic.
enough, she's also not wearing very much. So there's not enough value contrast and different shades of like brown and stuff to help her pop. It just looks like she strapped on a few scraps of cloth and happens to have gradient colored limbs. Like,
that's so fair.
Yeah, I think she's a strange character. When there are already a lot of characters that look just like her.
yeah. So I know she's gonna be absurdly strong because I need to give people a reason to pull for her over Gallagher, but I don't want to pull for her because I don't like her design at all. It's very, very bland.
I just wonder what her character is gonna be like. Like, what's her personality?
I feel like from the media we've had so far, a little playful and dangerous, which naturally will lean slightly into seductive, but not too much. Like they might go full sexy, but I don't think they will with her design because it's not really that innately provocative.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, she's just incredibly strange as a character. Like, because she's a Honkai 3 XP. Like, her original one is like a scientist who's like a nerd, like a weeb. She's like a weeb nerd. Her original version.
Okay.
And like this one in Star Rail is like cool, sexy, I guess.
So weird.
She's got stuff going on with alchemy. It's like, so like, who are you? I mean, not to say that the XPs have to be the same. No, it's just like almost like, why did you take a character and bring them here, and then they don't really have anything to do with the old one?
You usually expect at least like a certain core theme to be translated. So like if she was an incense person who was more like Grace Howard, right?
Yeah,
that translates more from geeky.
Like Lingsha needs to be like a dork.
Yeah.
Like a weeb. That's what I need out of her. But then at the same time, she doesn't differentiate herself enough from like all the other Luofu type characters who exist.
Well, I think they have a problem with that on the Luofu specifically.
It's all the same person, just duplicated multiple times.
I mean, I don't know why they took away her space buttons. That was one of like the character traits that she used to have. Let me pull up a picture of OG.
Space buttons?
Yeah. Like I'm pulling up a picture so you can see from her. Okay, well, she has a twin sister originally. She's the red one.
Okay.
In this picture. and like it's on one hand, to me, it's strange for her to be here as a solo character. When she was always defined by the fact that she had a twin.
Is she
And
not an
then-
XP? Is that like just fake news?
No, like okay, so like her name that she goes by, she's like, oh, originally I had this name, and then when I came to the Lofu, I changed it. And her original name is the same Chinese characters as this person.
Okay, okay.
But they they took away her space button.
It's bizarre.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's fine for a character to not be their original, but like at that point, why didn't you just make a more compelling original character? Because as like a new character, she doesn't feel like anything we haven't seen before per se.
Yeah.
Like we already had this kind of character with what's her name, Ron May, right?
Yeah. Maybe that's why, because Ron May ate up the scientist nerd.
Like Ron May has the vibe, but then she has like the look of like Sparkle, kinda.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know, it's just weird. So we'll just see. We'll see. If she's a compelling character, she's a compelling character. You know? All execution. I remember people were mad that she didn't look like a dragon.
As opposed to being Vidyardhara, she's just a chick.
Yeah. But
We'll see. I'm sure she's gonna be massively broken, but I'm more interested in... I don't know at this point.
yeah. I mean, you know me, I don't play Star Rail for meta, so it's all just like vibes. Character vibes.
I don't like direct replacement characters. Like it's one thing for there to be like power creep and the newer characters like a little bit better or something, but I'm really annoyed that we're getting Yoonli, who is literally Clara 2.0, like in every way.
Yeah,
but
that's terrible.
Same exact element, same exact path, same exact like gimmick, same everything. And then right after that, we have Lingsha, who is the same element, same path, and same niche as Gallagher. It's like, bro, can you just make her like electric or something? Like change one thing so that she doesn't directly copy him. So, kind of out of principle, I don't like pulling for characters like that. It annoys me.
It has every right to, because I also think it's dumb and scummy.
Yeah.
I'm just like, when are we gonna see Locha again? When are we gonna see?
Oh, Locha's dead in a ditch. He's gonna be power crept so hard by.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's on meta, but like story wise.
Oh.
He has a whole storyline that like never happened.
He's just a casual guy doing intergalactic drugs. leave a merchant to his own business, man.
That's what I hope we get out of this arc, is like finding out what the heck that was about. Like
Intergalactic drugs, or his coffin, or everything.
Everything. Like, okay, what's the next stage of intrigue for the Xianzhou fleet, you know? Because clearly they're going to make this a main plot for a long time, because, you know, Space China.
Yeah.
So, okay, like, can you make it good, please?
Yeah. That's the main problem. We spent so long on Space China, and there's actually no macro plot yet. So
Yeah,
we'll see if they try to set one up
They
this patch.
really need to establish that here.
Because if it's going to be a recurring nation simply because it's Chinese, then it should at least have a pretty good story.
Yeah.
They seem to have trouble making their Chinese regions.
I mean, we joke about it, and like Liyue wasn't great, but I don't actually think Liyue was bad.
I don't think it was bad.
I just think it
good.
wasn't
was
like
fine.
deeply compelling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was
so,
fine for the time because we had no metrics to grade it against, right?
Yeah, but that's why it's like, oh, I don't think it's super fair for Liyue to be compared to the Lawfu, because first of all, it was way early predecessor before they had the big blowout budget and like knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Like, Lawfu really should have known better than to be that bad.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
They had every advantage, and they just didn't use any of it. What was your favorite moment in Sumeru? Tiri.
Me?
Oh, or Marty, you can respond too, but it's just because Tiri said she really loves Sumeru.
For me, it was the no, it was the dream loop. I don't know. I found that deeply compelling for me personally.
Really? Huh.
Just like the whole story arc of like, what was her name, Dunyarzad, and like seeing her slowly deteriorate, and then the reveal of like, who Nahida was, and then like wrapping up that whole thing with like Nahida finally getting her foothold to like help this one person that really cared about her. Like I felt that like really, really compelling. I'm getting like emotional thinking about it, you know?
Oh.
It was nice. Like you got to be right there and see like Nahida finally getting her moment. You know, that been waiting for a long time, you know? So maybe as a narrative, it was, you know, tedious for a lot of people, or all sorts of things. But for me, I thought it worked in service of the core of that little story arc, you know. And I don't know. I liked like the way Dio was implemented there. Like Dio was just some dude, you know, and then suddenly it became very personal to her. For a little bit, you know, and then the idea of like you suddenly working with Dia to break out of that dream and everything like that. I thought it was really good. I thought it was really like, I don't know. I felt like I developed a really strong relationship with the characters involved in that little bit of the story. And it made me excited for what was going to come next. And then the rest of Sumeru to me was like, it's still good. And I liked the way that Sumeru integrated every main character into its like grand plan, you know? Like everybody had their part to play. Everybody was like on the same page. I really, really liked that in Sumeru in general. But I felt like its emotional core was firmly established in that first dream arc, you know? It like, I think about the Nahida birthday like teaser trailer that she had.
That made me cry.
And like the birthday teaser trailer, all of our understanding of how to feel about it emotionally was established in that dream arc. Right? Like this idea of her being also trapped in not just the dream, but just like her whole life, you know. So we established all of the emotional core right there in the beginning, and I thought that was really good. So execution is what it is, but I was really blown away by that. And also for me, I remember when I played through the Sumeru Dream, like maybe I just got lucky, but the way like you realized you were stuck in a loop happened like at a moment where the music like swelled in emotion, and I was like, it was like the feeling of like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And the music like at the right time. It was like,
that happened to me too. That same thing happened to me too.
Yeah, it was just such a good integrated experience for me. So that's my feelings on it. Everything after that was, you know, was still good, but I liked the heart that part had, you know.
Yeah, I liked the thought and the writing behind it, and I liked that all of the playable characters, to an extent, had a really important role, especially that main core group. But but nobody felt out of place or like, who are you? What are you doing here? Like,
yeah. And
they
I
all
think-
felt like they were normal, everyday people that happened to come together in a believable way and then work together in a believable way.
Mhm.
And I thought Al Haytham's big brain plan was really good.
I think I also
I thought it was really well executed.
like in Sumeru versus Fontaine, like Sumeru ultimately was a story about like abuse of power, right?
Mhm.
Abuse of power, and then the inequality between the people of the desert and the people in Sumeru, right?
Mhm.
And then the people who hold that power, which, you know, I mean, at least to me, I like that kind of story, and so it felt like it had something to say. Fontaine is I think maybe a more exciting narrative, but I don't think it has a strong moral message. You
No.
know? But because at the end of the day, it's just about like Farina and her guilt, or not her guilt, like Farina and the burden that she has to bear,
Mhm.
right? And it's like a personal character motivation, but you don't really do anything to fundamentally change the lives of the people in Fontaine. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I remember before Fontaine came out, I thought it was going to be a French Revolution type story. And they kind of were setting that up in the promotional material.
They did
It was
execute
like-
their monarch.
Yeah, well, it was going to be like, oh, look, there are like all of these slums, like, under in the highly industrialized Fontaine.
Yeah, they did give
Oh.
that huge like they definitely played into that a lot. Even with like NPCs we met before Fontaine even came out, we're all
Yeah,
talking
they
about
were talking about, like,
pollution and like how hard it was to live there and like all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
And
they
then,
were like,
none
oh,
of that came to
Fontaine
pass.
had like societal issues, and that was what my expectation was going to be, but we didn't deal with any of that. It was
Nope.
It was about the personal story of Farina and lore, you know, which like I thought it was good, like that was cool and all, but I had because to me this is the way I was expecting it to go, and of course that affects like my reception of it, right? But the way I was expecting it to go, and I remember I was theorizing this to you, Tiri. I was like, okay, I was thinking Fontaine was going to be a popular uprising, because that's like the theme of France, you know? That's such a French thing to do. Like a popular uprising against the system of some kind. And then that seemed like the perfect time for Celestia to get involved, you know? And it could have been very main plot-y, you know? Like the heavenly principles awaken or something like that. And it, to me, it would have made sense for the story to go like that, because like at least at that time Fontaine was directly under Celestia, right? And I thought that's where the story was gonna go, but that's not where it went. So it's fine. But I would have liked the lives of the people in Fontaine to fundamentally change in some way. You know, for moral reasons, for like, so I feel like not just the traveler or not just the Archon learned something from it, but everybody's lives learned something from it, right? Because to me, the strength of Genshin is its world and then the people who live in it. You know, especially when they're constantly telling us, trying to tell stories about like NPCs, right? Like, they want us to care about NPCs in this world, and but I want to know how their lives are going to be impacted by the events of the Archon quest, you know? And it was like that in Sumeru. Sumeru did a really good job of like, okay, like, because there's now like major reform that's going on in the academia, they can start mending like this pain of like the separation of the desert people and the academia people, you know. And they spent a lot of time at the end of that quest talking about like how they were going to reconcile like all of this, you know, inequality that had been happening there. And I felt that I thought that was really humanistic, right? Very satisfying as a message to tell. And it was like a valuable message to tell in today's society. And I don't think every piece of media has to have a deep moral. No, of course not. But I don't know. I think having it does elevate the media to being more than just like entertainment, you know? So That's why I consider Sumeru, in my mind, like more impactful than Fontaine for me.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah. Why'd you ask?
Oh, just curious. Yeah. Just yeah, I was just curious. I don't know. It's very interesting. I don't know how much of my experience is different because of the fact that I played through all of the stories, or I didn't obviously do all the story in one sitting, but like I definitely got it much faster, right? Than
Yeah,
Then
there's
it was
definitely a different
intended.
experience, like sitting there and then waiting on it and then theorizing what's gonna happen next and
Mm-hmm.
listening to
Mm-hmm.
everybody give their like BS and like having time to process it, you know,
Mm-hmm.
versus like, getting your payoff for the story setup,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think you definitely have a different experience for better and for worse. I think.
Yeah.
Because like in some circumstances that really means that like some of that tedium of like now I've got to wait on this plot point that I don't like, you know,
Yeah.
then that kind of isn't a problem, you know. But then there are other parts where you're not really left with time to like digest this thing that you went through and really process like the meaning for it, you know.
Or it comes down to even really super pragmatic things. Like, I wasn't around for the Interdarshan event. So Kaveh comes on screen. I'm like, who is this guy? Where'd he come from? I don't even know who this is.
Well, like Kaveh just appears out of nowhere in the Archon quest, and we didn't know anything about him at that time either.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. So the Interdarshan event like fleshed out who the heck he was,
Which I still don't know, and I never will. So happens
like
when you
him.
put important plot events in limited events, I guess.
Yeah, I like Kaveh. He's a good noodle.
He's funny.
I also like Parazan a lot, but you know, that's just me.
I know, like, I don't know if I missed an event or something. So many people hate Dory. I don't like her, but I don't care for her.
People hated Dory over her outfit.
Yeah, her
Oh,
outfit is
okay.
like Orientalist,
Huh, got it.
and then as a character, she kind of sucks. Like on
I
a
like that she sucks. I actually like Dory for sucking.
Just being greedy.
Not everybody needs to be like perfect, amazing, very good person, happy best friend. And I like the characters that break that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Like
Cool.
that's fine.
I don't think she sucked. I was just like, oh, it's just a merchant. Usual
Yeah.
merchant thing. She's not even particularly scummy.
Yeah, she plays that role, you know.
Yeah.
I
And,
thought Dory had a good role as being just like a regular, normal, everyday person that didn't end up being that involved in the same way that Charlotte did in Fontaine. I think Charlotte didn't need to be any more involved. She's just a regular, everyday journalist that happened to like come into the story on certain bits, but wasn't really very important. And I think that's good to have some characters like that.
Yeah, I think that's healthy.
Yep.
Especially for 4 stars.
Yeah.
You know, one of my beefs about Penacony is that the characters I really cared about were the ones who died. They were 4 stars.
Who? Gallagher?
Yeah, I was like, I liked Gallagher actually a lot, but then he
I
was
think
just
everybody did.
It was just like he's just a 4 star, so he's disposable. Is that how it's gonna be from now on? Like the 4 stars are all the people who are like cannon fodder now for the narrative.
I don't know about
Like-
cannon fodder, but they're definitely not going to be featured as much. I also think that's why Mose's probably a 4-star, despite
Yeah.
him having a really good design.
And it's like, I don't know, to me, to like Tingu, like all of our character deaths are all 4 stars, and it's like
That's true.
it doesn't feel good to me.
Well, you are correct.
I mean, I'm not gonna make it too much about Penacony. I just don't like the idea that like, there is not a single person left in Penacony that we have a relationship with, who's like, you know, a playable character. You know, like the only person who's left in Penacony who we kind of know is like Shaban, and she's an NPC.
Whoa, wait, you don't think that someone who gifted you a super yacht is enough of a relationship?
Oh, wait, you mean Robin?
Yeah.
Robin left.
She did?
Yeah.
Where'd
she's like,
she
I'm
go?
going back to I'm going back on tour or whatever.
Oh,
So she's
okay,
gone.
well, fine, I
Like
guess.
she's gone. Like everybody else is not from Penacony, so they
There's
went back
no one else to see there.
they
Wow.
went back to their normal lives. So then, like, for all that we did for Penacony, they're going to have to come up with some silly reason why we're going to go back. You know, I just think they wrote themselves a little bit into a corner there,
Yeah, that's kind of silly.
as opposed to like for Bellabog and the Xianzhou, like we have good relationships with the people there. You know,
Yeah.
so
we
they're gonna
do.
have to pull like some random character who had nothing to do with everything we were doing on Penacony as like our reason to go back to Penacony, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you know, Misha comes back to life or something.
Oh man, I'm losing my focus and
I am too.
started on. Well, you've at least got like huge progress on a bunch of charms.
I did two charms. The rest of these were already done.
I have begun line arting Jiaochu. That's it.
I'm making progress. I'm a little slow right now because I need to warm up, but you know.
I'm always slow, so you're good.
Yeah. I think you used the word earlier about macro story, and I'm like, for Zenless, I'm like, I want to know how they're going to do that eventually. I'm very happy with the vibes as it is right now. Like everyone's just kind of doing their job and living life. Like that's that's very compelling. But they do clearly have some kind of like big story brewing in the background. So like, I want to know what their intention is with that.
Yeah, like
When are
what
you gonna
happened
do
with our
chapter
parents?
3? I want to know your opinion on it.
Does it establish that in some way? You can just tell me that at least.
It doesn't. I'm not sure that it's fully established, but it confirms that that will definitely be happening.
Yeah.
There is intrigue.
Yeah, there's a lot of intrigue.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm kind of just like. I want to know what's their proposal for the grand narrative. You know, like we don't have to go to it all the time, and I think ZZZ would be served by not necessarily being like that. You know, I think ZZZ could definitely set itself apart from the other games by being extremely character focused. You know, that's something that the other two don't really do so much.
Yeah. I would kind of love
But-
that because they have such good characters right now.
Yeah, so we'll see.
I'm honestly fine if they keep it slice of life too, but I'm so biased because the siblings remind me of my own sibling relationship.
I don't think it will stay slice of life.
I don't think it will either. It'll be better for the game if it doesn't, because that's not what most people are looking for.
I think I just wonder what kind of tone they're eventually going to go for. You know,
I think they're gonna stay in the tone they already have. Goofy,
It's like-
very fun and relaxed, but there is a story.
I think it would be good for them to stay, exactly where it is, where it's like fun, and there's like some level of intrigue, and then good, like, you know, high intensity moments. I think trying to go for like heavy emo-ness is not the play here for ZZZ.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing I see with a lot of other gacha games that are trying to come out, is that they're rushing to try to find their like a deep emotional core. But like I said earlier, I think it's a little bit what's the word? like hammy, I suppose, like a little forced to try to like get right to like, oh, we're going to traumatize our characters kind of thing, you know.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, I
and I don't
agree.
think every game can pull that off well.
Alright, my dad came into my room. I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm in trouble. I'm grounded.
Oh no. Clean your room.
In my room.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with the arms. I'm in the
I don't
same
know.
boat. Oh, you decided what to do with Chingy?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I got it finally.
I am in the boat you were in a few minutes ago. I don't know what to do with the arms.
Yeah. I think I like the emotional space that each of the games are finding themselves in. I mean, for me, Star Rail maybe less than the others, but I think they all occupy a good emotional niche. So if like depending on what people are looking for, you can find something in all of their major games. You know, like Genshin has this grand adventure vibe, right? And it's a little bit more lighthearted, I suppose, but they have a good balance of like the heavy themes without really being too heavy and losing like the sense of wonder, you know. In my opinion. I think they still do a really good job of that. And then Star Rail has settled on its tone of like we're on a goofy adventure, and then sometimes we contemplate things, I guess. But generally, it's like we're on our adventure. You know?
You're trailblazing across the galaxy.
Yeah, and that's like what Star Rail is going for, and I think it's succeeding at that tone right now. So that's nice. That's nice for Star Rail. I'm happy for you guys. ZZZ is like you said, very slice of lifey right now, and I think if it can just be like pop in, pop out, and like feel the slice of life and get attached to like groups of characters, rather than because Star Rail and Genshin are about regions, right? But since there's only really one region in ZZZ, it's all about like cast, right? Individual casts. So if they can figure out how to like not bloat the cast too much, you know, and then having strong relationships between each of the groups, it can be really good. You know, it feels to me that's like what idle games are like, you know. Like, oh, it's strong like group units. If they could build on that, that would be great. And then slice of lifey, so it makes it easy for people to jump in. Yeah.
Which is
and then
funny
Honkai
because
3 is like miserable, which I love. So I'm happy
Oh,
there.
okay.
It's like, okay, the plot in Honkai 3 right now is like if you put together like ReZero and like Madoka
Oh my gosh.
and then like the Matrix, and
Oh
it's
my
like
gosh.
it's kind of like miserable in like a way that is very satisfying to me. So
Satisfying misery.
say it again. Oh yeah, satisfying misery. Yeah, it's like the characters are going through it right now, and I'm very happy with that because it means that they're gonna have good results later. You know what I mean? Hurting your OCs. That's like
Every writer's hobby.
yeah.
I was on such a roll until I switched to trying to draw Genshin characters, and now I lost my ability to draw entirely.
Oh no.
Oh, your mod is a Honkai player. Wow, one of my people.
Oh, Natsu.
I love part 2. I thought it started off with such a compelling story. The pacing is terrible. You would not be happy with it, neither of you. But like, oh my gosh, like every single little piece like fell in place in such a satisfying way at the end of the first arc, in such a way that it really set like the tone for the rest of the story was gonna go, you know? And like they brought back every single like strong emotion that we felt in like the original story. They did not the best job in making it appealing to people, but they did like the best job in having like a very, very strong foundation. You know, I was so locked in, yeah. So yeah, miserable execution. But if you're there and paying attention, oh, the sauce was so tasty. It made me cry. I'm not gonna gush about it too much. I always gush.
We each have our favorite. I don't know what my favorite is right now, actually.
Of the games?
Yeah.
It probably comes and goes depending on whatever arc is like compelling at any given time, right?
It's possible. I don't know if I'm gonna like Natlan that much. It could always surprise me, but we'll see.
I'm sad. I don't think I'm gonna like Natlan at all.
Oh, really?
It's just not my vibe at all. I don't like that they went for modernness. It doesn't feel like it fits Genshin. And then, yeah, the Pokemon-esque stuff. Like, I'm not interested in all the little dragons and stuff. But we'll see. I'm hoping the story will still be good, but it's just totally not the vibes I was expecting from it based on, again, in-game content. Like, they totally retconned Fontaine being miserable and having energy problems and having pollution problems and stuff, and now it feels like they're retconning the original vibes that they implied for Natlan because it's so bubbly and normal looking. I'm wondering why we've never met an NPC from there then. Like, what's happening? But we'll see. I will still be playing it, but
I feel like they were planning a lot of like themes that is often found in steampunk media. So things like pollution, social class division, unrest, you know, much more French themes. However, I don't know if any of you guys have watched the behind the scenes of Zootopia. Zootopia was initially a lot darker. And
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it was from the perspective of Nick, who basically had a criminal collar. And what they found is the story, it just didn't feel good. It was such a cynical view of the world and everything. And so my opinion is, I think probably while they were developing Fontaine in the writer's room, they were writing with these things. And they're like, at some point, someone just stood up and said, guys, this is a good story, but it does not feel good. It doesn't match the fresh grand adventure that people log into Genshin for. We have to change it.
Yeah. I think that's likely.
They're like, who wants to log in to experience, you know, wealth division and class unrest in a game as well as real life? I don't know.
True.
Maybe that's what they...
I just hope, at least for Fontaine, that they have a reason that they literally tell us and explain why we've never met any NPCs from there. I just want to know, like...
Oh, yeah.
You need to explain that.
Like, where have you guys been this whole time?
Yeah, what has been going on?
Yeah, I think you meant Natlan.
Sorry, I meant Natlan. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like, we've never met a Natlan NPC before. Why?
They weren't developed yet.
Please explain it.
Like, have a good reason for it.
They weren't developed yet.
Yeah.
They didn't invent airplanes.
Yeah. But it's so strange the way they were keeping it so close to the chest. Like,
yeah, it
like
gave it
Natlan
the
was
air
supposed
that it's
to
going to be like something very
different.
different and mysterious, and it's not different at
And
all.
it's like, yeah, it's kind of more of the same, I suppose.
Yeah, it feels like the rest of Teyvat. It really does. I mean, like,
Which isn't
it's
necessarily a bad.
colorful and bright and very energized and happy. Like, it's
Yeah, which in my
literally
opinion
everywhere
isn't
else.
a bad thing per se. It's just that it doesn't meet the expectations of what people were expecting, right? So
Yeah,
it,
and I think that the downside of that is it's not expectations from like bad leaks or something. It's expectations
from
they
the
set
narrative.
themselves in game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think even
Not
they
even
didn't
from-
know. Speaking as a writer, I think even they didn't know what they were going for until they were like, what if we just made the Nation of War like a little more festive? And it's a festive war, not like an actual
Yeah.
war. They're like, great
Well,
idea.
I think actually turning it into a sporting type war actually does make sense with the history of like, you know, the indigenous Americas, because like in a lot of those societies they had like ritual warfare that they would
Oh,
do like
as
as
human
part of-
sacrifice. Yeah.
yeah, well, like, yeah, human sacrifice, and like they had agreed upon times to like come together to do that kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it
that's
happened
true.
in seasons and stuff, and it was like part of their religious dealings is that it was part of like a ritual schedule, you know. And there's of course like the history of like the ball game in Mesoamerica and stuff like that, and like I
Yeah.
think a sporting type it fits like with the history of the region. You know, they call like in Aztec society they called it the Garland Wars.
Oh, okay.
So you can look that up. But so I think it kind of works there of like doing a twist on like warfare into now being something that is celebrated in sporting events, you know. It's
Yeah,
just
totally.
like okay, I think they do need to have some kind of like plot line where it's like, oh yeah, once upon a time it used to actually be about like bloodshed, but now the tribes are able to live in harmony because of Princess Celestia. I mean, because of their like they're able to live in harmony because now they do sports and stuff like that, and they like communicate. You know,
Yeah.
I think that can work.
Yeah.
I think that can work. They just need to address the fact that we were expecting this to be like a war-torn country, you know.
Yeah. As long as they address it and they explain it in a believable, satisfying way, then I will be happy. But they need to address it.
We'll see. Yeah.
They're just like, everyone's too busy training for our like centennial Olympics to have PTO, and you go, okay, understandable.
I also have said before, like on my Twitter and stuff, that I think, you know, for all of the colorism issues that Mihoyo has with the characters in
Mhm.
Natlan, I do like the idea of Natlan as like a more positive portrayal of these types of countries, right? Because like in the popular consciousness, a lot of people will think of these countries as like, oh, the cartel is there. Oh, in Africa, like, you know, warlords and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like, it has this connotation, you know, and for
Yeah.
them to instead show like, oh no, like these countries are beautiful and vibrant and stuff.
Yeah.
I think is nice. I think that's nice.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't play into because a lot of media surrounding those types of countries, you know, outside of their, you know, homeland are all about like generational trauma and stuff like that, and like colonialism and stuff. And like now we can have a piece of media that instead like celebrates, you know, some of the
Beautiful
more
things.
positive aspects of their life, you know, which I think is nice. It's just like, as I said on my Twitter, is like, it's just unfortunate that the people who live in those places don't feel like they're represented in their media.
Oh,
And then
of course.
that's the problematic part of Natlan.
Rampant Chinese colorism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as a region, I think it's we'll have to see in the execution. If the execution ends up being satisfying as a narrative, then I think they'll have done a good job. Period at the end.
Yeah, totally. And it was kind of interesting that, like, I agree the modern designs are pretty off-putting, but I was also kind of glad because a lot of people were, like, criticizing Sumeri designs for being pretty orientalist and stuff.
Yeah, no, that's another thing that I brought up was, like, the designs in Natlan aren't, like, direct. You can't really directly correlate them to, like, traditional headdresses or traditional wear, which is a very touchy subject. You know,
I still think they could have avoided that without making them look like they live in the 2000s. Like, Spain, the most advanced society, is still like wearing like what, Victorian era?
I think
like Natlan is way too modern.
Yeah.
I think there could have been a happy medium here, but on like you're saying, like on the other side of this, I am just so glad they don't have a character who is wearing a headdress with feathers. You know, like that would have been miserable. That would have been so. I mean, literally appropriative, right? That's not right for them to use imagery like that. So they dodged a bullet by not doing that. But then they, you know, took a bullet by
putting them in hoodies and
jean
shorts.
You know, it's like 1 step forward, 10 steps back. That's like. and to me, I think it comes from like. I think the designers genuinely want to do good and want to like. You know, they research these things immensely, and like they've been working on this for a long time, and I think they care. But the people who are their managers don't have that level of respect. So it's like a conflict, a conflict on that end, which is like, I don't know, it's kind of a shame. Well, we're getting controversial on your stream. Whoops.
This is why it's us, though.
Yeah.
We all know each other. I think as long as we are respectful to other people, that's like the most important thing.
Yeah.
Because everyone will have a wrong opinion at some point in their life. The problem is if they're not willing to concede a change of opinion by finding new information. Yeah, willing to learn, basically. And I'm also not of the opinion that the best solution to controversy is to just not ever discuss it. That just sweeps it all under the rug, yeah. So.
And you know, it's okay for our media to have issues with it and like to call attention to it. And we don't have to necessarily say like, oh, you're a bad person for still consuming it. You know? It's like I think it's important to just talk about it for the sake of like we can all learn something at the end of the day about how we treat other people.
Well, this is also, I think this is the first foray of a Chinese company making games that even involve other countries, like
to this degree.
Yeah, Chinese ethnocentrism would basically be like Liu is the best nation, the others they basically all suck. So showing the really nice sides of other countries is honestly a big step forward.
Yeah.
Even if it's not exactly in the...
They do a fantastic job. Well, but, you know, but at least it's here, you know?
Yeah. It has to start somewhere. But people have a right to be upset, of course.
As for me, I'm really excited for the Surfer Girl, as you know.
Gura. Genshin Gura.
I just think she's neat. I like her vibe. It's very Marty core.
It is. It's fun.
She's who I'm trying to draw right now, and it's not going well.
Oh, really?
Oh, you're working on
your
Genshin.
Little gesture sketch there, though.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm trying. She's not helping, is what I hear.
She's not. I don't know what happened. As soon as I switched to Genshin Brain instead of ZZZ, I like died inside.
Oh no.
It's a reflection of how you feel about
Genshin. Probably.
I'm personally having a really hard time drawing this guy without a proper reference.
I'm having a hard time drawing these super highlights on Nicole's hair.
Oh.
We're all suffering.
Art is suffering, I guess.
Is that it is, it's true. I like started on that firefly piece and then I just like gave up at some point. I don't know if I'm gonna have it ready in time for the convention. There's so much
To
time.
me, it seems like a good way done. So, just if you can find your footing.
I think it'll need another like 10 hours is the problem minimum. Or 15.
Do you have other
even.
things you want to work on between now and then?
Charms is the problem.
Well, I mean, what's your deadline for your charms?
I'll need to order them next week.
I see. Well, if you need prints done, well, I guess you have like you wanted to make these like, are they foil prints?
These? No. These
Are they anything special like the paper?
No.
Yeah, I mean, if you need prints done in a pinch, just let me know.
Oh, thank you. I will try to, because even if I were to like ask you for a display copy, then I don't have any to sell. So, I would rather like have either all or nothing done. But mostly I really wanted a Star Rail print done because, what is it? I want to show I have Star Rail merch. So, that's why
that's why I want to do a ZZZ print.
Yeah, totally. It's a way to advertise what fandoms you're selling merch of.
Yes, come closer because you saw my print and then notice that I have keychains for that.
Yeah. I don't only have Fire Emblem. It's just the only game I have prints of. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I won't have merchandise, so I have to sell the print. Well, what I'm gonna do is a lot of these prints that I'm making for ZZZ, I'm gonna turn into cards and sell those as card keychains.
It's a
I
great
don't know
idea.
if you've ever seen my card keychain merch.
I am not sure now.
I have a picture on my store. Let's see. Yeah, so they look like this. Pull it up on my stream.
Ooh, that's very nice.
Yeah, so like I can print and cut these at home, and then I put them in top loaders, and they have like keychain parts on them.
Oh, how fun.
I was like, okay, I can't make charms, but I still need small merchandise to fill this need. So I'll just start turning some of these quick prints into like this kind of merchandise.
Yeah, totally.
So that's what I'm gonna do with ZZZ stuff.
Okay. That's a really great idea.
Yeah. And then we'll have options, prints and little things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
I haven't replenished my charms in almost a year now.
Oh my
I've been
gosh.
slowly eating through my stock until it's gonna be gone forever. Which is good, because I plan on replacing almost all of it when I'm able to.
Changing up the style to the
Yeah.
new one.
I'm gonna retire the old style and like make my new ones and stuff, so I don't want to order new ones.
Yeah.
Anytime.
How do you feel about that now, changing the style? I know you had mixed feelings when we last talked.
I did, but it's been so long now since I made charms that I'm like, I don't care anymore.
Oh, okay. That's good.
And I mean, my stock is starting to really get limited now, so like, fine. And anything that isn't limited will probably never sell again anyway, so I don't feel so bad about it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
It's just a matter of I haven't actually finished the art style for any of them, so it's like I want to make sure that I hit all of the right notes this first time out of the gate, you know.
Yeah. Well,
It'll be difficult to change up again later, you know.
that's such a hard thing with chibis, is feeling like
I have to be
the
consistent.
style you want to stick with.
Yeah. I mean, the solution would be to just not have a consistent style. Every
Every
new
charm.
series Yeah, if like I just made every new series be its own thing, that would be kind of the solution to free myself of like variation, you know.
That's true. It's true.
But who knows?
I feel like it took me many years, but I landed on a style that I really like, so now I just stick with that one. Okay, quick bathroom break. I will be back again.
Okay.
Bye.
Why?
I said bye.
Oh.
Why? Why?
Why?
Why are you going to the bathroom? Why?
Starting to wonder if I even want to make new Genshin charms. Maybe I just give up forever. This is so
Genshin.
painful. I've drawn the same character like 6 times now. I don't know what happened. I just suddenly suck.
Well, how many fresh new characters did you just draw?
2.
2?
Yeah.
I think my
Jane and Chinyi.
work on Design Brain works for about 3 or so, and then it shuts down for the day. Or at least until I take a break.
Darn. What the heck?
Oh, let's see. I'll look at chat while while Luna's gone. Let's see here. The idea they have so many dark topics but baby it harder than it should. You don't want to be too dark, of course, but if you completely make it too lighthearted, it still feels unrealistic. I don't remember what game this was part of, but sure, yeah. Gotta save my money for Impulse OC for more Luna merch. Yes, do that. All 3 of our tables are next to each other, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see each one of us at Anime Impulse OC on Labor Day weekend in August.
Okay.
Come
I have
visit.
decided.
I tried to put on my marketing voice for that, but I'm so tired that
You're funny.
let's see. Could do print pre-orders. Oh, for Luna? Yeah. I think like having the display and then being like, oh, you can ship all of these out. It's just whether or not Luna wants to keep up with the upkeep for that. Not to derail any part of this convo, but is there a good way to do foil prints? Well, most people order that kind of stuff. If you need to do them at home, the way it works is that like you have to have a toner printer. And then I think the way it works is that you'd first do a layer that like it's like a black layer of toner ink on top of your like normal ink, and then that toner ink, then you'll run that through like a heat press or something like that, and then gold foil will stick to the toner ink or something. If you were going to do it at home, I'm assuming you're not, but just if anyone was curious, that's how it's done at home. You have to like have a toner printer.
Actually, had no idea how it was done at all in general.
Yeah, there you go. So it's like a heat press process to do gold foil, and then after all that's done, then you rip the sheet off, and then whatever is like pressed onto the toner ink will stay, and that's how it works. But otherwise, people just order that stuff.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome back.
I'm back from the bathroom. Is there a good way to do foil prints? I don't know. I order them done. I don't do them myself. I'm not that bold.
like I said.
Is that also what you said?
Yeah, I was like, there is a method to do it at home, but it's kind of jank. So just get them ordered.
The most
Same
likely
thing.
thing I would do if I needed like one foil print would be to get a metallic gold brush pen and draw over.
Manually.
Yeah.
Do you know about the toner method? That's what I was talking about.
No, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, the toner method requires like a toner printer to like set a special like ink for it first, and then you like press gold foil, and then it will stay on the toner, and then everything else will be removed. It's like how it works.
Wow.
Yeah. I have a wide format printer and wanted to know if it has toner or something. Oh, no, like toner is a completely different type of material from inkjet. Like you likely have an inkjet printer, but toner is like particles basically. It's like dust particles that have to be like blasted using heat. While inkjet
Oh.
like it's ink. So yeah, you need a totally different printer for that.
Well, folks, I know it's
Toner
only
printer's pretty
3, but I'm running out of steam.
I ran out of talent, so understandable.
Oh, what? that doesn't happen.
It does. You use
That's
up
a
your
big
daily allowance.
It's like resin or Trailblaze power.
Yeah.
Daily
I'm out of resin
talent.
today, guys. Can't draw anymore.
Everything
Siri,
sucks.
remember that
from
one
now
time I
on.
was on your stream and I was like, no, you have to keep working.
Yes.
And you were like, please let me go.
Just let me die.
I was like, no. I'm working, you're working. We die together. That's the pact of death that we established.
The artist's
I mean,
pack of
we can wrap up if you guys really want to. I got to a point that I'm happy with.
Let me see.
I think there's still work to do on mine for sure, but I established the shadows and lights in a way that I'm satisfied with.
I have so much to do on this piece. I feel overwhelmed just looking at it, honestly.
Aww.
I don't know. Like at a glance, I should feel close to completion, but I'm just seeing like so many things that need rendering.
I feel that.
All my mice are like freaking out right now.
Mice?
They're all yeah, like my mouse for my computer.
Oh!
They're like double clicking and stuff, and like kind of
Oh
annoying.
my
These are not cheap mice. I spent like $100 for each of them, and they all fail after like a year.
What the heck?
That's lame.
Your computer's cursed?
Oh, my finger must be cursed.
I thought you just like had a bunch of mice like in a cage next to your computer, not gonna lie.
Marty and his pet mice.
Yeah,
Kind of felt that for a
Mickey
second.
Mouse.
Alright, I'm deleting this too. Goodbye.
What are you deleting? Oh, it looks so nice.
I deleted the sketch. Okay, I did 2 things today that look good. It's fine.
It's funny.
I guess I completed the ho-ho charm, but like that's it.
Yay.
Yeah, I still have a lot to do on this.
Maybe
but
I'm
we'll-
too old, guys. I don't know if I can finish the charms in time.
You can finish. Well, actually, wait. You said the charms are due in a
When
week.
is your deadline?
Next week.
How many, wait, what?
Like
How,
what day?
how many do you have to do?
A total of 8. I've finished 3.
Okay. Well, if you need more encouragement, I'll be working this whole week. So.
Oh, really?
I will too.
Maybe I'll keep
Until
bothering
Friday.
you guys then. Helps keep me accountable. Cause at least I've drawn for longer than the rest of the day. It feels really hard for me, concentration wise, to do this and day job, even though my day job is not intense right now. It's just weird.
Yeah.
It's like the mental capacity needed.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
feel
don't
that.
have this right now.
I don't like the contrast on this. I already messed with the tone curve.
Rip.
Tone curve, a day jobs
She's
take a
so
lot out of you
cute.
even if it's not busy. I know, and like I'm like logically this shouldn't. Like hour wise this is less than I was like doing when I was working on art, etc. But I don't know. It is what it is.
Me when I put all these adjustment layers, but I kind of liked it when it was not adjusted.
Oh, the story of my life.
But then there are parts of it I like. The answer to that is just to use masks.
Lasso tool time.
Oh shoot, I do this.
Part of me wonders if I'm just biased because I love the Fontaine music so much.
Is that what you're listening to right now?
I'm just like playing literally anything by Hoya Mix right now. And every time a Fontaine song comes on, I'm like, this is my happy place. I love classical music.
Does it play like ZZZ music in there?
ZZZ music is a banger. It's not something I would listen to on my own though.
That's so
You
funny
didn't-
because I literally listened to like 1-hour versions of those songs on loop when I was drawing my ZZZ charms initially.
Wow.
I just chilled. I don't know. I really like the ZZZ music.
Ooh, that's great.
I think
That's how
they're-
I felt when Star Rail first came out too. What is it? Spacewalk, the like Herta space station song. I literally
Ah.
listened to that one song for like 8 hours straight. It was so good.
I think they do a good job with bringing vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're really good, but it comes down to personal preference where I really like orchestral and I
No,
don't like modern that much. So
I think I agree with
That's
you,
fair.
Luna, because like the Star Rail Genshin music puts you like immerses you into like an emotional type of narrative,
Mhm.
right? While the ZZ music is like a vibe,
It's just hype music.
mhm.
which is it's fine. It's got a purpose.
Mhm.
It just is difference in what's intended between all of them.
Mhm. I don't believe it. I got a text saying, toll services, our records indicate your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. I'm like, I don't go anywhere.
Lies.
Might be It might be
Scams.
a phishing attempt.
I think it's a scam. Have you guys heard of Bay Area Fast Track Toll Services.com? That sounds too long to me.
Well, I mean,
I'm like, I don't think I've gone to the
number
Bay
one,
Area.
you don't live in the Bay Area, so.
I don't live in the Bay Area. I have gone there, but not recently.
Yeah, it
That's
sounds
a
like
nasty
scam.
scam, though. That's so easy to, like, frighten people.
Yeah.
This is why you
Well-
guys should never believe anything unless it's sent by snail mail. And even then, don't believe it.
Yeah, I have a friend who got by a USPS scam. There's like a text message you can get that's like, "Hey, your package hasn't been delivered. Please log into this website to verify."
Oh,
You know?
wow.
And it's very
Oh.
convincing. And so
no.
he got by that and was really upset by that.
Yeah, no
That
wonder.
sucks.
I never believe stuff like that if it's by text message, because it's too easy to get a hold of people's phone numbers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're waiting for a package, you know, like. you
Yeah,
could
but they
very
also
easily-
email you, usually.
Yeah, so there's like ways to verify it, but if you're like not really paying attention,
Yeah.
you can get got.
No, totally. It's very understandable. It's just like you can't trust anybody nowadays because they're so mean.
True.
Why am I here? Why am I doing this? Doesn't every artist ask themselves this question at some point during a piece?
Yes.
Why am I doing this?
Why am I doing this?
Yeah.
Will I look back on the end of my life and go, yes, I'm happy I drew this piece of a 2D anime girl for 30 hours? Easiest way to check is your state government site. Check your tag, not through some shady letter. Yeah. I had a friend who got by a social security scam. That's really gnarly.
That sucks.
I know. There's so many terrible people in the world.
Suddenly in my head, I have that one ZZZ song that's just like one day and another day. Something, you know what
The
I'm talking
Bella
about?
Box song.
Yeah.
Bella
That's one of the
Box.
few that I don't really like very much.
I don't really like it either, but it is so like
Catchy.
stuck in my head. And I heard it all
That's-
weekend too, so you know, there is that.
That's hilarious.
The one I always remember is the one that goes like, well, bam, 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 wow, wow, bam, bam, wow, wow, wow. It just like goes hard. I do hope that they tone down a bit on the arcade events just because I don't like arcade.
I don't like the arcade. Oh my gosh.
The
The Snake game
I,
arcade was such a slog. Because I lost every single round too, so I had to play it for extra long to get all the points. It sucked.
I only laugh when you mention the arcade because I looked at the stupid digging game for like a whole weekend.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's the event that's on now.
Laughter
Ugh.
PTSD from...
I remember I was like, guys, I never want to look at this stupid game again.
It's now the event. You'll know how to play it. Yeah, I had to go play that event or something or another. Yo, Genshin summer events take so long though. I know that's like the whole thing with Genshin summer events, but I'm like, dude.
Right now,
Time.
Honkai 3 is having a Fire Emblem event. I'm actually
Huh?
really excited to play it today. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, like actual crossover or just like the style of game?
No, it's just the style of Fire
Got it,
Emblem.
got it.
Yeah, it's like you build your team and everything like that. When me and Momo first saw the leaks for it, we freaked out. We were like, because Momo's been asking for it for like years. She's like, when is one of these Hoyo games gonna make a mini game that's Fire Emblem? And we finally got it in our game, and we were like so happy about it.
Yo, winning.
We're like, finally, our Fire Emblem content.
In Hoyo.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hope Hoyo doesn't make a Fire Emblem gacha.
No.
I hope Fire Emblem doesn't make a fire. Wait.
Wait. We've been trapped there since 2016.
I haven't. I'm cold turkey.
Oh, I wish my mice weren't like double clicking. I can't like do anything because it keeps like messing up while I'm trying to drag anything.
Oh no.
That's annoying.
I've had a
incredible.
weird thing for a while where my computer keyboard will just spontaneously disconnect like all the time.
That's very annoying too.
Yeah. It's also very bizarre. You never know why it's happening, which I think is the worst part.
I want to play Star Rail,
I
but
want
I cannot.
Wait, oh, why not? Oh, right,
I think it's in maintenance right now.
No, it is in maintenance. I'm polling tonight, so. Boy,
Good
would it-
luck. Who are you polling for?
Well, this is the thing. I'm trying to decide. I'm polling for Huoho E1, but I don't know if I'm gonna hard pull it
I
or if
see.
I'm just gonna pull to first 5-star. I'm that kind of person where like I like collecting, but I still like feeling powerful. And now that I like have a bunch of characters I kind of want to start making them more powerful.
That makes sense.
But I wish I was more like you and just hard saving, because then I could have like a guaranteed, if he ever comes out Sunday, who knows at this point, given their track record. Can you believe that Dainsliff, we still have no news on Dainsliff being playable?
Actually, I can believe that. He feels like a end of the story character.
He does, but it's crazy to me that they actually had the patience to save him for the end of the story.
True.
When are we gonna see Skirk again, man?
Never.
Honkai. Okay.
Do you ever play Kingdom Hearts, Luna?
I did.
What do you think about Kingdom Hearts?
It's very goofy. It felt like such a like big thing when I was a kid, and now I just don't think about it. I don't know. What do you think? Wait, why were you mentioning Kingdom Hearts?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Huh? That concerns me.
I think I've lost all motivation to work on anything.
Me too. I think
Yep.
we can end it here. We at least made some lines on the canvas. and
We did something. Some
I
stuff
did
was
work.
done.
I did good work.
Yeah, I would say you
Yeah.
guys are really productive.
I wanted to draw like triple the amount of charms that I did, but that's okay. I did fine.
I wanted to have like triple the amount of the print finish that I did
Well-
too, but some days are just not as friendly as others, so it's okay.
The
Yep.
friends are friendly. Maybe not the work, but the friends are.
So thank you for keeping me company and being on this adventure with me. At least it was so much more
Yeah.
pleasant with you guys along.
Yeah, I was happy to be invited.
Chatting.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Ooh,
I mean, we're all grinding, so let's just keep doing that.
totally. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be on the grind until we leave for this stupid thing. So
I'm on the grind until Friday when I leave for Phoenix because
oh yeah, you got a big con month, don't you?
yeah, I have 3 cons this month. Ugh.
Ooh.
I'm suffering, but it's okay. It's
Suffering
fine.
from success. Hopefully.
I hope this Phoenix con is worth it. I'm sacrificing my weekend in Arizona of all places. It better give me money.
What is this Phoenix thing?
Huh?
What is this Phoenix thing?
It's Anime Impulse Phoenix
Oh.
this
Oh.
weekend.
I didn't I forgot that was.
Yep. And then the weekend after that, I have Anime Matsuri in Houston. And then I have a week off, I think, and then I see you guys.
Oh, it'll be
Imagine
so much
seeing
fun.
us. Weird.
Huh?
Yeah. So excited. It's gonna be good.
That'll be a lot.
I haven't
of
seen a
fun.
friend at a con like I think all year. since Anime Impulse LA, I don't think I've seen anyone.
wow!
Whoa.
Since us,
Since you and I don't think I've really known anybody at any other con. I've just been like soloing it.
Oh.
we're making new friends, I suppose.
Yeah, making new friends, but like that's still
You're
good, but it's different than seeing people that you
Hanging out
already
with
know.
people you're comfortable with already.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
alright.
it's gonna be a really fun time, and I'm excited
Yeah.
for it. And
too.
we all have booths in a row, which
That's
is
gonna be
awesome.
so fun. Oh my gosh.
Neighbors.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever had a setup where it was like 3 people I know all together. Like that's new for me.
Once accidentally at Level Up Expo. It was your booth with me, and then Panda Gyoza was next to us, and then next to her was Pitch Gold. So
Oh, yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
accidental though, but I knew all those people.
Well,
That was the only 3 in a row.
So, well, cross fingers, it'll be good. I mean, OC was decent for you last time, wasn't it, Luna?
me?
Yeah.
OC was fantastic, but I don't know if it'll be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Not by fault of the combat, actually. My stock is very limited.
Oh, well, fair enough then.
Yeah.
But if the con was good, then the con was good.
Yeah, I think the con was good.
I pray for us all that it will be good.
Yeah. All right. I'll go ahead and end the stream here. For those who popped in and chatted with us, thank you so much for keeping us company. And I don't think we're going to be streaming, but I might, I don't know, ring you guys up for like a call or something at least to...
Yeah.
Cool. Like
All
I said,
right.
I'm here.
Okay then.
We're all gonna go play games now.
Yeah, I gotta go play games. I'm going crazy. I'm gonna go play
I got a new
games.
story quest to finish, dude. Like, I'm gonna go stream now.
Alright, bye Natsu, bye Drew. Have a great day, and I don't know how to mute my system audio. Oh well. Anyway, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Have a good day.